Okay, a very warm welcome, everyone. This is our 18th meeting as the Presidential Climate Commission. It's quite a milestone. By the time this commission ends at the end of this year, we will have had our 20th meeting. That's a considerable passage of, time and processes. I do want to note and welcome a number of new commissioners. So you'll all recall that Joanne Bates left the IDC, and I'd like to welcome David Jarvis, who's now representing the IDC. Welcome, David. We look forward to your contribution. And you'll remember that Jacques Hugo stood down. So we did have Wahid with us in the last meeting, but he was not yet formally appointed. And he now has the president's letter in his hand. So welcome to Mr. Wahid Hussein from FEDUSA. And then I have a number of apologies. Are you going to read through the list of apologies, Nonhlanhla?
With your permission, Chair, good morning. So we do have a full house of commissioners today, but have received apologies from 5 non-ministerial commissioners and then the following ministers. We've got Minister George, who's not attending. We've got Minister Velingosi Tlhabisa, the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Minister, and the Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Nomuhle Nkabane. And then we've got the new Mayor of Councillor Nasipi Moya, who is the Mayor of Tshwane, who's also not attending, but she's also a new commissioner. And then we've got Joanne Yavich, Mzila Mtenjane, Mr. Lungisa Fuzile, Mbali Baduza, Princess Sakane. And then we did also extend. Oh, she came. Okay.
And she's dressed like an activist.
I think she landed this morning, Chair. And then we've got a few, we did extend invitations to the Director General offices of the corresponding ministers' offices, but unfortunately none of them were able to attend. And additionally, Minister Ramokgopa will be joining us partly for the 11 o'clock slot on the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Very good. I also want to just obviously our secretariat, they're all welcome. Great to see you all again after so much time. And I do want to acknowledge the Eskom team that's with us today. So Vikesh, warm welcome. Chris Steele and Daphne Mokoena. Is that right?
She's the head of comms at Eskom.
Okay, excellent. So thank you all for that. We're going to get down to business, and the executive director is going to give us her report. So over to you, executive director.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. If I can get the slides pull up. Okay. Yes, just whilst we're waiting, I will proceed. But just to remind Deputy Chair that I'm also appointed now as a commissioner, ex officio, so appointment letter received. So yes, I welcome myself.
Thank you.
Yes.
You see, we got a proactive ED.
The slides? Okay. Yes, so let me then with the first part of the presentation. Oh, where do I point? There. Okay, you'll have to navigate it for me? Apparently the
Yeah, it looks like the
thing
signal
is
doesn't
there.
stretch.
It doesn't stretch. Okay, just go to the next slide, please. With just a quick overview, I'm going to speak to transition issues and maybe briefly on the financial health, which I believe was discussed in the closed session, so I'm not going to spend much time on it. A brief summary of Q1 highlights, which the working group chairs, we will go through the detail of it, and then I will take you through our priority work program for the next quarter, which would be Q2. Okay, the slides are not coming up. I'll just speak to my, oh, they are there. Are you navigating from there? Okay, next slide. Okay, so we are now in a time of transition. As all commissioners would know, that the current cycle ends at the end of 2025, with the end of the first formal cycle. The process is underway, so we are working with the DG's office in the presidency on the appointment of the new cohort of commissioners. So DG's office will be leading us in that process, following the provisions that are in the Climate Act. You would have seen that it's quite specific now in terms of the process we should be following. We do anticipate that it will take quite some time because it requires us to put it in the National Gazette and also out to a public call on national newspapers. So that process hopefully would have fully completed by COP30, really, so that we leave the latter part of November and the earlier part of December for the proper transition process as we lead up to the last commission meeting in December. We've already started, so at the September meeting, we will bring a 5-year review to the commission for commissioners to consider and sign off. So we've started a process of doing a full 5-year review in terms of what this commission has achieved during its term. So that process is going ahead quite well. The systems internally, in terms of ensuring that the knowledge is properly captured, is also underway. I've managed to have, I think, 95% one-on-one discussions with each and every commissioner. I would say 95% because there's probably 1 or 2 that are very hard to pin down in terms of calendars. But those discussions were very useful for me in terms of what we put in the transition process. And as we also, so that whilst we will do the 5-year review in terms of the work, there's also a sort of like a internal review report that goes through to the DG on just the internal workings of the commission itself. Next slide. In terms of vacancies, I'm not going to speak to that. The deputy chair, I think, indicated all of them. Maybe move to the next slide in terms of where we are. We are only just awaiting the nomination from Sanko to replace Dr. Mwale. We believe that that process is almost concluded. Next slide. Secretariat movements. During the past 3 months, we've had 2 resignations. The adaptation senior manager, as well as climate finance and innovation. We have then, since you would have seen, advertised the 3 critical positions. So that's the 2 vacancies that were that are being vacated by the 2 colleagues, as well as the chief operating officer, which has been vacant for quite some time, and we feel that it's quite critical as well. And we've also done 1 contract renewal. You will recall that in the previous meeting, we announced the senior specialists were exiting, but then over the 3 months, I got a chance to just review in terms of some areas that still required some tightening. So we brought back and renewed Deepak who is now back with the team on the climate finance work as a senior specialist for climate finance. Next slide. So now getting us to the process of establishing the PCC as an entity. We have finished or almost done. The first step is done in terms of consulting with National Treasury. The business case has been concluded. We are just tweaking as and when we get reviews, because it's currently under assessment by GTEC, which is an entity of National Treasury, and that's part of the natural process. We anticipate that that would be concluded by November, which would then get us to a point of getting approval from National Treasury and DPSA, which then is followed by cabinet approval, then parliamentary processes to get the entity established. We anticipate a period of 6 to 12 months for this process to be concluded. So that is a very conservative time frame, but definitely by the 12-month mark, it should be concluded. Next slide. So part of, you will see the step where we go to Parliament has to coincide with the regulations being finalized. So the draft regulations have been put in place. So DFFE is leading that process. So the draft regulations are in place. They've gone through the intergovernmental consultation processes. At the moment, they are on the minister's desk for sign off for public comment. So we hope that minister will be able to sign off by end of June. Then the 30-day public commenting period will continue, and we go back into the IGR process once the comments are received. And if by November the regulations are signed off by the minister and GTEC is done with the assessment of the business case, then we will be well prepared for the parliamentary processes, which might take about 3 to 4 months or thereabouts. Next slide. Okay, quick one on the finances. Like I said, without going into detail, we are still just like the rest of other public entities. We are still implementing cost containment measures. We are excited that the national budget has now been approved, and we are led by NEDLAC with regards to the processes now of submitting our vote and the NEDLAC vote being had, and I believe it would be in the next 2 weeks. We'll be going to the portfolio committee and so forth. So the cost containment measures did arrive at some savings, just under 2 million, but nonetheless, just to remain on a cautious side, we are continuing with that. The audit process for 24-25 has commenced, so Auditor General is on site, and it would be completed by end of July. So by the time we come to the September meeting, we'll be able to communicate the audit opinion. Next slide. Okay, so the next few slides talk to the detail. The next 2 slides, if you allow me to skip, it is in the pack in terms of the different funding movements and what's been approved and what's not, and what's in the pipeline. I think the big one for us is the EKI proposal, which we hope then it would go through in the next probably couple of months or so. And the rest of the other processes are either fully approved or underway from a grant funding perspective. Next slide. Okay, I'll also skip this one and allow commissioners to go through it. So in terms of the Q1 activity highlights, we've done a report on Komati, which is on the agenda for today. Yes, and the oversight work continues. The chair of chairs meetings mandated us to go and work on a Komati sustainability / continuation plan, which will be presented in September. But at the moment, with the report that you've received for today's meeting, it will give you an idea of where we are. We are continuing with the municipal support work and how we support in terms of disaster risk preparedness and any other advisory work that needs to happen in the municipal support space. So that's continuing. The country platforms work and exchange work continues, and all thanks to Deputy Chair, who's really leading us and spearheading that work, especially on international platforms. So we participated in the World Bank Spring meetings, and we will be participating now later this month at the Financing for Development meetings. And we continue to really sit in critical sessions with key partners globally, especially in the Global South, in terms of how we make sure that the country platforms work lands well in the global climate financing space. Drafting of the recommendations for disaster response and adaptation in eThekwini, that has been underway. That's been done. The draft is in place. Okay, I'll try to also speed up, probably taking much time, but we've also in the past 3 months looked at, we had a bit of a number of stakeholder sessions on the NDC's recommendations reports, including this week where we are concluding probably the last round of the report. We've released the report for public comment already, so it's ready to now go out in early July. We've also, we are also doing our work, and we've had that commission joint meeting with the PEAC, the Presidential Advisory Council, as well as the Planning Commission, on how we can work together, especially on green economy work, and ensure that the 3 committees are aligned in how they advise government and the president around national planning. That work is continuing as led by Deputy Chair. Then the other key issue that I can note that's remaining there is publication of stories on the just transition. That work is in progress. It should be finalized in the next month or 2. Next slide. In terms of recommendations report, I've mentioned these already. The committee report is in this meeting. The NDC draft recommendations almost ready. We will still schedule another special commission meeting once the DFFE releases a draft recommendations, which we believe should be in the first week of July or thereabout. DFFE still needs to get approval from Cabinet for public consultation. So that report from our side is 95% ready. Next slide. Okay, we've done a number of stakeholder engagements with the youth. We've had a number of strategic events where we participated in quite a number of conferences, and internally we are also working on the COP30 G20 calendar. Whilst we continue to, especially on the G20 front, we participate in a number of key working groups, notably the Sustainable Finance Working Group, which is actually sitting this week. So Deepak is at that meeting this week, but then also the Environment and Climate Working Group. And from the comms side, there's quite a lot happening. So in August, we will be launching the podcast, the Just Transition podcast, just to get the debate going. And we're getting a lot of requests to simplify the language. So the podcast is really meant to do just that. And also now there's funding in the pipeline, mainly even from the EU funding, to also continue to support investment in community radio. Next slide. From June to September, the next quarter, just a few issues to note. This is my last slide. We are going to do ongoing work with the trilateral, NPC, PCC, and PIC. The three chairs managed to release an op piece in the last, I think it was last week. Yes, on the first meeting and where we are going with the work. So we are continuing from our side to then just drive and ensure that there's momentum in the space. We are also, yes, whilst, like I've said, the presidency, the DG's office is leading us in the process of getting new commissioners on board, but we are providing that secretariat support just to ensure that all these administrative processes are done. The 5-year review I've mentioned, so it's going to keep us quite busy because we need to be very thorough. So we will be talking quite a lot with working group chairs, such that we wouldn't want to capture everything we've done in the past 5 years, but what has been impactful by this commission in the past 5 years. So that will be taking much of our time. Yes, and then the internal administrative part around performance plans and implementation of partnerships. So at least 10 bankable projects by end of July, or from the PIMS perspective. So in emerging programs, institutional transitions, yes, that's continuing, and then also public engagements on the work that we have done. Next slide, which is the last slide, and thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Edie. I didn't see the NEDLAC Edie. He was hiding behind the pillar. Warm welcome to you, Makuku. And I know it's a big day for you because the national dialogue, you're doing a big media thing later this morning. So good luck to you on that. I note that this national dialogue that has been put on NEDLAC's shoulders is a big task. If there's any way in which this commission can assist you, you can count on us. And we owe an ongoing debt of gratitude to NEDLAC for continuing to host this commission. I know it's a costly undertaking for you, and it has eaten into your budget. So just to note that we deeply appreciate that, and we will endeavor to lessen that demand on your resources. Any comments or questions to the ED? Boitumelo?
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you, Edie, for your report. Just on a couple of issues, Edie, on the Komati continuation plan, is there perhaps a plan to collaborate with commissioners and other constituencies to try to action this continuation plan, or is it just going to be another desktop exercise? I think it's going to be important to understand that with Komati, we need to start being practical and leave less of the theoretical and analysis of the way. So just to understand if there's any plan of action and plans to collaborate. On the NDC, we've had quite a number of these consultations and meetings and capacity building workshops, but what is the actual, I know this was asked in the last meeting, but what is the actual uptake of the DFFE in relation to these recommendations that we're going to present? I mean, they are going to come with a draft NDC in July, which we're hoping will reflect what we're saying. But the overall uptake, what is it? And are they actually open to these recommendations? Or are we just having this bigger exercise to have an NDC that will look like COP26, where at the end we're told we're just heading to COP and we must present that? On the G20, ED, there's the Energy Working Group, and I know it's led by the International Energy Agency as well as the CSIR. I'm not seeing the PCC in that work stream, and I'm not sure what the arrangement is there, but CSIR is really leading that work at that level. They're presenting a people-centered just transition like the IEA is presenting. They are lobbying behind a blueprint by the IEA. They are lobbying behind the principles of the just transition that they want to take to the G20. And we're not there as the PCC. So if I can get clarity on that. My last point, ED, is
Sure,
on...
we are getting into a marathon list of questions.
Sorry, ED. My last question is on COP30. What are the preparations? The representation, we have quite a number of commissioners here. We have the secretariat as well. How are we coordinating towards that? And I know we're missing out on the Bonn Climate Conference, which starts next week, but really now looking forward to COP30, where are our plans? Because at COP29 ED, the former ED was there on his own. He didn't really have quite a big team. He was running throughout COP29, doing all of those media preps and speaking on behalf of us, but he can't do it all. We can't have one representative there. And some of the commissioners that were there on organizational missions. So while they were called to speak on behalf of the PCC, priorities were more on organizations than it was to the PCC. So are we going to better coordinate that? Are we going to plan for a delegation to COP where commissioners will be there to represent the
Good.
PCC?
Okay, thanks. I think Ms. Molete has now exhausted the questions. Mr. Mbodi?
It's only one that concerns, thanks, Boitumelo, you've covered the ground. With regards to the policy, there seems to be work happening there, which we need to keep tabs to and understand that where is it, how far is it going? Because somewhat...
Can I just interrupt you? At your request in the last meeting, the Eskom chairman agreed to come and bring this item to this meeting. So it's coming up on the agenda in response to a request you made last time.
Okay, no, it's fine then.
Mr. Peak.
Yeah, very quickly. Thanks, Dora. On slide 14, stakeholder engagement. Thank you for that. I just think one of the things that we've lost since 2022, we haven't gone back to people on the ground. Kolobeni is a classical example, which is now under stress with Sandrail and the developments around the big bridges and N2. And they are calling out for help, and they're calling out to be heard. And I think Kolobeni was a place we went to. And I think before this commission session closes at the end of the year, I know we're limited with finance, but we need to find a way to go back to some of these spaces. Thanks.
Edie, can we hand back to you to...
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. And that last one, I'll just ask Blessing once I'm done to just talk to that stakeholder engagement part. On the and thank you, Commissioner Boitumelo. The Komati plan is going to be a commission plan, right? So the work that we are doing now is just to do the initial assessment in terms of where are we now and where would we like to go, and actually where can we go, or to what extent can we even remain in Komati as the PCC? Noting that we mainly play a catalyst role, and the role of a catalyst needs to have a start and an end date where we can see that the work is gaining traction and there's someone that's able to take over and all of that. So that's the work that we are currently doing, so that by mid-July, August, we go into the working groups with that draft for us to discuss it with commissioners in terms of what we feel is possible based on the current status. And the September commission is meant to then approve on our transition plan for Komati. Are we transitioning out, or are we transitioning further by clearly defining the role that we continue to take if we are not transitioning out? What would that role be, and would it be catalytic enough? So those are the questions that we will have to then answer. So the next commission working group sessions will have to then look at that baseline information we would have gathered and give us direction in terms of where the commission would like, or how the PCC would like to proceed with Komati. The NDC work with the DFFE, we've been having good discussions with the DG and head team. We have the draft that everyone has. We've submitted the draft to the minister, who has indicated that he's read through it, and the DG and everyone at the DFFE. We are also having, after us submitting that draft and also DFFE having a draft that would have probably already considered those draft recommendations that we have, we are going to have a focused sit-down session with the department in the next 2 weeks. So by the time the draft from the DFFE side comes out, those engagements would have happened. So maybe to give you a short answer to your question, the uptake is there, and the understanding of where we stand and the fact that we've had a thoroughly consultative process is there. So yes, so we continue then to work with the team to provide the guidance. I'm going to leave the G20 energy transitions, if I can delegate up to the deputy chair, but we do take the point. We have been also engaging with the department, with the DG, Department of Energy and Electricity, on the issue of the energy transitions working group. And from what we could see, it's a bit different from how the other working groups are operating, in that we've been able to lead and to play a major role in there. So we would take it that as Secretariat, we are still to find our way through to that working group table. COP30 preparations, we've started internally. And Mr. Manale came with a whole list of half the commissioners that he feels must be at COP30. So what I've said to the team is just for us to then go back and clearly articulate our objectives. We know first and foremost is the issue of country platforms. It's a big COP, country platforms. Then there's the issue around ND, a broader energy transitions kind of discussion. So based on, remember, we need to have a full program of the commission based on our objectives first. We then use that to identify key commissioners that need to be in those rooms where we put ourselves. September meet, oh yes, and also in the back room, we are also working with the department to then try and gather the necessary accreditation for the delegation. And the whole COP30 participation position will be presented at the next meeting. We are also already in discussions with NBI, so the process will proceed in terms of us co-hosting the South Africa Pavilion. So the work is underway. And yes, the Bonn conference, we are not really there in those meetings because we haven't really identified a strategic posture at this point in time. It's mainly negotiators just setting up the tone for COP30. On stakeholder engagements, Blessing, can you just speak?
Good morning, Commissioners. Thanks, Edie. Briefly, yes, indeed, we agree with Commissioners. We must go back at least to conclude the cycle of the term of Commissioners into a number of provinces. And we've been having challenges. We've been using a dual strategy. Events and consultations initiated by the PCC or where we partner with certain partners. But the current plan includes the following provinces, and it's based on what the partners they are doing. We've got, and we'll share that detail in the next few days once we've tightened it. We've got the VAL that would, accommodate Gauteng, and that's major because of the number of economic development that have been happening there. We've got Mpumalanga to take back the Komati, the report that would be presented in this meeting in the form of a community consultation. The steering committee saw the report, but it's about 50 people. So we want to massify that consultation. We've got Limpopo. We need to go back to Lephalale. They don't have a problem of decommissioning, but they've got other socio-economic stresses from the build program having scaled down because the power station is off. It's up and running there. In the Eastern Cape, yes, we agree that we must go to Kolobeni. We are targeting October, and we want to do, because of the resource, we want to do something with Sanral, the Department of Transport, linked to Transport Month, but actually use that as a much more open discussion about developments there. But the other challenge is that if we go to province where there are other major consultations that have gone wrong, so we end up being asked as the PCC, why have you not been consulted on the N2? And yes, we are going there to discuss, I would say, for example, opportunities for green minerals if whatever happens. So it's usually you'd find that we have not picked up the right topic for Kolobeni since the Just Transition framework, but there are major socio-economic issues that we could really fit into. And then KZN, we are actually doing a lot of work on youth work. We've got a 3-day youth summit there taking place, but we also want to go back to Newcastle as a specific community around the coal, the decommissioning work and distress there. And then Northern Cape as an opportunity province with new opportunities rising. They've come to us and say that we are transitioning in and not out. So we'll miss out the opportunities the same way as people have been affected negatively by the pull out. So we're working with the University of the North of Solplaki for the youth students, but we're working on a serious community outreach. We did one in Uppington as we started. So we've got a stakeholder ground there. We still don't have anything tangible in the Free State to go to, or we've not really had the partners working with us closely there, as well as the Northwest and the Western Cape. The Northwest and the Free State went into some big SALGA conference, the Members Assembly, and a special workshop on the Just Transition. But the Western Cape, we literally go there for, I would say, for lack of a better word, the national conferences than the conference that are going there. We don't have a stakeholder roadmap for the Western Cape, but we think we might look into some any green energy projects there and use it as a link to our consultations. But we'll do a detailed on the dates for those that we are sure about. But we definitely want to go to the key ones before the commissioner's term is renewed, or those that are not returning go back at least for feedback. Thanks.
Commissioners, I know we're now running out of time, but I'm noting a number of hands. Zama, Bobby, Mac, Wahid.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mine is brief. I just wanted to know, I like the communication strategy. I just wanted to know if the website is or can be 0 rated so that we can make some of that content freely available to anyone who wants to know the work of the PCC and understand better the Just Transition. I think it would be useful in terms of promoting access to information across all the communities and taking people along. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Just on 2 issues. Thanks, Blessing, for that. We're going to face flak when we go back. We were in Kolobeni, and so I really would not want to go back with Sandrail next to me. You can go alone. I'm not going to go back with Sandrail. I'd rather find another thing to do. In terms of KwaZulu-Natal, they're deconstructing, for the record, Engen is illegally, without government permission, deconstructing the oil refinery. And the PCC was there, so there's an unjust transition happening in South Durban, and the PCC has to get back there because that is becoming a really hot spot, which is going to turn nasty going forward. Said undiplomatically.
Mac.
Thanks, Chair. The transport JT framework is not out yet. I just want to know, how is that work going to be incorporated into the NDC? Is the Commission accepting that given the time constraint, that is not going to happen?
We'll ask the ED to address that. Wahid?
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. Chair, I'm just gonna sing the same song I sang at the last meeting I attended. The PCC work that it's doing and the communication that it's putting out is not achieving the objectives that we want it to achieve. Let me give you an example. There's a NEDLAC labor school coming up, and there's the PH AGM and the PSCBC AGM. The PCCs and its work is featuring nowhere on that agenda. And this is something I raised at the last meeting, that we are not communicating with all the relevant structures. And I would appeal, even if it's not something that needs to be responded to now, but we need to, because there's going to be a break in the structure and in terms of the communication, especially when you look at the PSCBC, there's nothing on the agenda with regard to climate change and just transition. And so now we're finding at the NEDLAC Labour School, there's nothing on the agenda with regard to the work that the PCC is doing. So it's going to be disjointed. And I'm just raising that alarm that I raised at the last meeting. Thanks, Chair.
Good. ED?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. And website 0 rated, I assume you're saying, can it be accessed without data? Okay, Blessing will confirm that, but as far as I know, it should be. But if not, we will make sure that it's in place. Bobby, we've noted your concern on the Durban South deconstruction. I think we'll just have to look into that. Kevin and his team will just have a look, and in terms of how we can just inject ourselves and assess the situation. I'm not sure, Kevin, you'll indicate, Devon, you'll indicate if you have any further information that would have been done, because we are already doing work in that area. Yes, the transport GET framework, even though not completed, Commissioner Mek, you would recall in the recommendations report, transport as a key emissions reduction sector features prominently. What the recommendations report doesn't do is to go into the detail of a particular sector action plan, so to say, but it would call for the completion of that particular framework that would guide the low carbon, whatever range we would at the end of the day agree on. So we do have an emissions range that is being proposed at the moment, which has definitely taken into account the transition of the transport sector. So already that just transition in the transport sector is incorporated. Thank you, Chair. Devon, would you like to add on the Devon?
Not necessarily in the Durban South initiative, but we'll engage Bobby and them going forward on that. But just on the labor market interventions that we're trying to achieve, I think I've noted the Commissioner's concern, but we've built up a relationship with the TIPS Just Transition Labor Desk to take forward some of the Just Transition work. So we've already started to engage them towards developing a program on that, and then maybe we'll communicate that better through with the TIPS Labor Desk to the different federations. Thanks.
Yeah,
Chair.
but PCC should be on in the labor school program. And it's a little bit of an omission that we are not featuring there. So I don't know, Mr. Manali, can you not work your magic?
Definitely, we'll do that. I mean, a short answer is we're actually reworking in a calendar that includes those blind areas. We think that we must reach out more to stakeholder and other social compacting platforms. We'll definitely do a much more dynamic calendar and deploy as best the resources allowing. But for the Secretariat, we can indeed do that. We'll definitely improve.
No, very good. Colleagues, yeah. We are going to move on to the reports by the chairs of the working groups. And I want to just urge the chairs, your reports are in the pack. So if I could ask you to just zoom into the highlights that you want to bring to the attention of this commission. We don't need to go blow by blow through the extensive work you've all been doing. So if I could start with you, Makoma, you're the chair of Adaptation and Resilience Working Group.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I had just planned to do that, just to give highlights. And
also considering that there's a lot of issues that needs to be discussed on the agenda. Before I start, I think I would like to also thank Commissioner Shafiq and Commissioner Janse, who have been also co-anchoring the working group on resilience and adaptation. So for the future plans of the working group, the discussions that we have had emphasized on the importance of aligning the upcoming work and deliverables with the Climate Change Act, and highlighted the need for improved coordination of adaptation actions across sectors and spheres of government. And then on the NDCs, we've just had a webinar yesterday where we had views from different sectors around adaptation and what needs to be put into the section on adaptation and resilience on the NDCs. And I think this process was part of the process of the working group to strengthen a shared understanding of adaptation as an NDC pillar within the NDC process, but also to ensure that recommendations reflect local realities, climate science, and South Africa's fair contribution to global climate action. And these are, and that's how we got a number of views, different views from different people. And we also had like kind of an expert, a workshop around resilience, adaptation, and the NDCs. Part of the ongoing work of the working group is around the Just Adaptation Resilience Investment Plan, and we received a report on that. And so the working group encouraged that the framework that we have now be refined, and also to include learnings from local and international pilots, because there's a number of them that are happening internationally. So I hope that the vice framework would be tabled maybe at the next commission meeting, or maybe the last commission meeting in November. We also received an eco-based adaptation report from the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, and that is around the Mpumalanga eco-based adaptation case study. And the report highlighted climate smart practices, also highlighted implementation constraints around the eco-based adaptation in the area, but also the presentation was based on what are locally grounded solutions of biodiversity-linked adaptation. So some of the views that come out of that, of the study, as to what is possible and what is being presented before them. Let me stop there. Then I'll request Commissioner Shafiq and Commissioner Janse Robi, if they would want to add, if I missed one of the important highlights.
I think they are happy, Makoma. So well done on that. Louise, net zero pathways.
Sorry,
Bobby?
Deputy Chair. Are we going to just make comments on that report or on that situation now? On adaptation?
I was going to get all the reports on the table and then we can comment on the lot. If that's okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm running my clock here so that I can manage myself. But no, it doesn't want to start. Okay. So you will manage me. So I want to look, the working group has largely been exercised with this question of the NDC. But I want to, before I talk about that, I want to bring two reports to the attention of the Commission that came out recently. The one is called Powering Up. It was commissioned by the We Mean Business Coalition. And it is a survey of business leaders in relation to their views about renewable energy. And they interviewed 104 business leaders in South Africa of companies with an 18 million rand or more revenue. So I think if I look at the 104 interviewed, that's pretty much all our big companies. And it really is worth reading that report. I want to bring two of the results to your attention. The one is that 95% of the South African business leaders interviewed said that they support phasing out coal from our electricity supply. And 9% of those is without a time horizon attached, but 86% of that support phasing out coal from electricity by 2035. That's enormous support for a rapid transition at scale of our electricity supply. And of that 86%, 57% of them said, let's do it by 2030. Okay. The other statistic from this survey is they were asked, would you relocate your company operations or supply chains if the country maintains a fossil fuel-based electricity supply? And 84% of them said, yes, they would relocate. So, you know, this is some of the economic risk we face if we don't transition. Okay, then the other report is called the Obstruction Playbook. And it was research done by the organization Just Share. And it tracked the policy advocacy and lobbying by certain companies and organizations, basically the heavy emitters of South Africa, in relation to the Climate Change Act and the carbon tax. And, you know, it looks at how those two pieces of policy were severely weakened by sort of conceding to the lobbying of these organizations. It does mention two of our commissioners by name, so they might personally be interested in reading about themselves. And it talks about three themes, you know, that is the narrative that comes from these organizations. The one would be that they make a positive contribution to the economy. The other is, you know, South Africa is a developing economy, and so we mustn't do things faster. And, you know, the engagements have sought to either delay implementation of things or reduce the impact of them. So, you know, less ambition on mitigation targets, etc. And I really think it's interesting to read those two reports together. Turning to our NDC process, I think all the commissioners know what we've been doing. You know, capacity building sessions, consultation sessions. The process ahead, I think the ED is effectively covered of what we'll do. We are expecting the DFFE draft. They say it's going to cabinet in late June, which will then, you know, cabinet will sign off to say, yes, you can take this thing to the public. And it's at that point that we would then hold another extended working group meeting for us to discuss as commissioners, you know, off the basis of our recommendations, what is our response to what the DFFE is tabled. We had, I think...
Okay, have you got much longer?
I was going to speak a bit about the meeting we had, but I don't need to if you don't want me to.
No, we're under a little bit of time pressure.
Yeah. Okay. We did have a very fruitful meeting, let me just say that. And I think there was great points of consensus in the meeting. I didn't hear an overwhelming rejection of, the draft recommendations that the Secretariat has put out for our consideration, some concerns were raised, I would say. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Good, thank you very much, Louise. Shamini?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'm going to be quite brief. The Climate Finance and Innovation Working Group has really made quite a lot of strides in terms of focusing on implementation this year. But not just implementation, we're also going to be spending a lot of time to focus on innovation and coherence. One of the key things that we've done this year, which I think has been a very strategically smart move, is to combine the finance team within the Secretariat with the employment strategy team. I think it really brings together the two critical issues, which is how are we going to finance and ensure that we have a transition that is just, and we're going to need the finance enabler to come through very strongly. So I think this is really important in terms of the combination of the two. I think the other big issue that we are still really focused on is our flagship program, which was launched a while ago, but still really now is about operationalizing the just transition financing mechanism and getting that mainstreamed with the DBSA, making sure the modalities are there and the governance is there and we can implement quite effectively. I do want to indicate that as my role on the advisory committee on the JET, together with Bobby, we've been advocating for some of the key integration points to come through in terms of this work within the PCC and what we're seeing coming out in the JET process within the PMU at the presidency. So that's coming together really nicely. The other key focus this year has been on the means of implementation related to the NDC, and we've spent a lot of time trying to unlock the bottlenecks related to capacity and getting private sector flows to come through and those kinds of issues to be brought to bear in terms of the NDC. Are we there fully yet? No, I think there's a lot more work in terms of making sure the just transition elements come through quite strongly. I think what has happened in terms of the country platforms has been quite critical. It's allowed us to have more deeper discussions utilizing the country platforms. I do want to make a recommendation that tapping into the B20 process, not just the G20 process. And the reason I raise this is there are a lot of recommendations that are missing some of the work that's so foundational on the finance and innovation part that can then filter through into the B20 process. Very happy to take a conversation, Chair, with the Secretariat forward after this. Thank you. I'm going to stop there.
Thank you for that, Shamini. Nice and to the point. Next, we turn to monitoring and evaluation. Mapaseka.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning to the commissioners and to the colleagues. I think, Chair, from Monitoring and Evaluation Working Group, we continue to play a critical role in terms of ensuring that the PCC's evidence-based work assist in terms three major work streams that we have been working on. I think the committee report is coming in later on the agenda, so we will dwell in that. Safe to say we've completed the comprehensive update assessment on the three components, the decommissioning, the repurposing, as well as the socio-economic. And that report will be tabled later. On the eThekwini floods resilience assessment, that work is still underway. So far, I think I did mention in the previous meeting that our preliminary findings indicate that there's still gaps in terms of policy enforcement in the eThekwini, coordination as well as resource alignment. We are planning to conduct more interviews as well as further review. And I think that work is becoming more and more critical now, looking at what's happening in the Eastern Cape. I'm sure the outcomes of that assessment will be crucial in terms of lessons learned for the Eastern Cape region. Lastly, Chair, we have approved a new initiative in the Monitoring and Evaluation Working Group. This initiative, it uses stories and photography in terms of just bringing human perspective on just transition and how they've experienced just transition. So we have had a team who worked on that. There's about 10 compelling stories in there and striking photography. It's lived experiences from farmers in Gauteng, community in Komati, auto manufacturers in the Eastern Cape. And through our secretariat and comms department, we will start rolling out those stories. So please be on the lookout. That work is coming through. Chair, I will pause there. Thank you.
No, I think those stories are really going to add a brilliant, gritty, on-the-ground dimension to all of the policy work and communications work we've been doing. So well done. Last but not least, Gideon, finance and governance.
Chairperson, thank you. The finance and governance matters that are just housekeeping matters have been reported on comprehensively in the report, and the executive director has also in her report dealt, I think, satisfactorily on that. If I could just, in the minute that I have, talk about three things, and specifically they have been mentioned as well. But, and I do want to say this, without the professional input diligence from the Secretariat, the following three matters would not have been in hand. And number one, the finances, the savings that were mentioned. These things did not happen by accident. It happened with the support of many friends that have been helped, but the diligence with which the Secretariat, under difficult circumstances, are trying to manage the resources to the best they can. So I think that's an important point. Secondly, our external audit, and hopefully in the next meeting in September, we hope to deliver another unqualified clean audit report to this commission. That is the standard, and there is nothing at this stage that's give any indication that that will not be the result. And I also just want to mention that because that's very important, and these things happen not by itself. Lastly, the risks, we've all dealt with that, and the main risk for this commission is your credibility, stakeholder management, we've covered with that, and then succession planning, continuation, making sure that the institutional memory is not lost if you get new people. And these things are all in hand. You spend a lot of time on that. You've seen get visibility around that. So that's my concluding remarks. And these things do not happen by itself. They are the efforts of people, and I want to acknowledge that. Okay.
And the efforts by the Finance and Governance Committee. So thank you for the oversight that you're exercising. So colleagues, those are the working group reports. I'm going to open it up now for any comments or discussion. Bobby, you'd indicated you had a point, and Mbulaheni and Brandon.
Thank you. On a positive note, after the floods in Durban, we engaged with the municipality extensively over 2 years. And the Durban municipality co-launched the People's Plan for housing in the age of climate change last year in November. And then just now, this week, it's been adopted into the IDP. So I think there's positive stuff if you work hard with local municipality and push hard to be able to get things that are positive into the IDPs. In terms of adaptation, I think adaptation and resilience is good, but we have to look at restorative justice in that framing. If we just look at adaptation without going back to restorative justice and vulnerability, we're going to be in trouble. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't know if you want to make any comments on that, Makoma, but we can maybe come back afterwards. Mbulaheni?
Thank you. Mine is just to set us back to reality. The reality is everything that we do should point back to the Just Transition framework. So it is not about the pace. It's not about the passion. It's not about, if it is about passion, then we will even forget that we've got a Just Transition framework. So as we move away from anything, or we move towards anything, it should center itself around reality and people, our socio-economic realities. It shouldn't be only passion. And I'm just saying this so that it is known that we are pushing for climate resilient economy. We need to make sure that we are diligent in whatever we do, because one thing you don't want to do is to please ourselves here and be happy about the pace we are taking without including everybody that we should include. Part of the job that we should do is to make sure that we do not get overtaken by passion over the reality, socio-economic realities that and by so saying, there are many things that we cannot just simply wish away. Issue like how you move away from coal, it needs to be done diligently. Also, as far as the issues of nuclear, you can't just simply close your eye and say it won't be there. Everything needs to be done diligently so that at the end, we do not count our losses after we have decided or given a recommendation that is wrong or that is running short.
Yeah, I mean, I think thanks for bringing us back to the Just Transition Framework, because in many ways it's the foundational policy on which all of our work as this commission has been built. Brandon?
Thank you, Chair. An issue that's been coming up in the NDC consultations is that of urgency and adaptation. And just now we're again seeing lives lost in the Eastern Cape in flooding. The Climate Change Act provisions around adaptation have not yet been operationalized. And the problem is that until there are a bunch of very important timeframes and timelines don't kick in. So municipal response plans need to be in place 5 years after those clauses in the Act are operationalized. So we don't quite know where we're standing. We seem to be floundering as a country in getting this adaptation going. Is it perhaps a question of not adequate funding to get behind our climate response, as we spoke about this morning? And perhaps as a commission, we need to sit down with DFFE and get a really clear picture about what is going on, what steps are actually being implemented, and what are the hindrances to rolling those out.
Yes, I mean, a number of commissioners have raised this as a concern. It also came up in our discussions just before this meeting started. And I'm wondering, I mean, given that Minister George is a member of this commission, whether we shouldn't ask him to do a proper briefing on the Act and its implementation and how he's envisaging it. And let's have a constructive discussion with him about, you know, where we can assist, where the blockages are, how we can move things forward. So I don't know, Edie, could we leave that in your hands and we make that a substantive item of discussion at our next meeting?
Yes.
Anything else on working group reports? Makoma, you wanted to reply on the points raised, and then Louise will come back to you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. And I would say to Commissioner Pick that I think how the issues around adaptation or the justice framework are put into the IDP, it's particularly the work of the working group. This was work done, I think, by Deshken Naidu and Tim and Mindy. They've done extensive work with eThekwini municipality. And this is like what really comes out. And the DFFE, we've had a number of presentations and discussions with Mr. Ramaru on adaptation, and I think there has been a development of policies and legislation, and maybe what we need to do is just to share his contact details with the colleagues, and so that follow-ups can be made. But this has been a continuing discussion within the working group. Thanks.
Thank you. Louise, and then Bishop Mpumlwana.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to pick up from what Commissioner Mbodi has raised about the Just Transition Framework and the justice in the transition. And I do think that when we had our extended net zero working group meeting on the NDC draft recommendations, it was very clear that it's the justice dimensions of this transition that we really need to work on very hard. And, you know, how is that going to be done? What needs to be done? How to get implementation on that side? Yeah, so I think that that can really be a focus for the Commission.
Absolutely. And, you know, we have this big item coming up now. So once the NDC draft has been published by DFFE, we're going to have quite a intense job of reviewing that and preparing our recommendations back to government on that plan. I think that's going to be a particular challenge. And as we said last time, we will convene a special commission meeting to conclude on that matter. Bishop.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. It's a financing question. Going back to the Just Transition Framework, we had hoped that there would be support from a number of Western countries, including the United States, that we now know will not have anything to do with Just Transition. I also know that we are borrowing money from the World Bank, some of which is supposed to assist definitely the work at Eskom. The question I have is whether there is any consideration for some of that to support our Just Transition Framework.
Can I pass to you, Edie?
Yes, no, thank you very much. And thank you, Commissioner. Yes, there would be a space for support of the framework on the different sectors, but we would have to sit and jointly conceptualize which area exactly and where we can then source even the funds for those areas. Thank you.
Could you maybe have a follow-up offline discussion on that? Good, colleagues. Thank you for Brandon.
Very quick, thank you, Chair. Just in terms of this conversation that just happened now, I think the whole issue of decommissioning is coming up onto the radar a lot more shortly. Eskom is going to be releasing decommissioning plans for 10 power stations. So just in terms of implementing the Just Transition Framework, there's a ripe landscape that's going to arrive in the next months. Thanks.
Yeah, you're anticipating our topic of discussion straight after tea. So thank you for alerting us to that. So colleagues, I'm going to move us on to our next agenda item. Do we, Nonhlanhla, have Amar Bhattacharya online? Okay, that's very good news. So I want to welcome a close friend of South Africa's. For those of you that do not know him, Amar Bhattacharya is, I would say, the leading global expert on climate finance. He's been co-chair of the high-level expert group on climate finance, which was launched at COP26, also at COP27. They've put out a number of major reports, which in many ways informed the negotiations and set up this new collective quantified goal. So, you know, the target of mobilizing 300 billion ODA per annum by 2035, and the scaling up of that to 1.3 trillion per annum that's needed in aggregate finance. Before this round of the independent expert group, Amar was also co-leading a group set up by the UN Secretary General, again on the same subject. Amar's a senior fellow at the Brookings Institute. He's a visiting professor at the London School of Economics. but he hails from the South. I mean, he's a man of the South. Did his undergraduate at the University of Delhi, and it really is a privilege, Amar, to have you with us in this meeting to share some of your reflections. And as you probably well know, and you and I have discussed, I mean, this commission has been crucially concerned about how do we mobilize the resources to enable the transition that has to take place. So we look forward to hearing some reflections from you. I know you're actively working on the Baku to Belém roadmap and what the pillars of that roadmap need to be. So we look forward to hearing from you, and then we'll have an exchange. I don't, I'm afraid, have time to introduce all of the commissioners individually to you, but you have a wide cross-section here of leaders from civil society, business, labor, and government. They're a rambunctious lot. They will, I'm sure, have some comments and questions to make once you've spoken. So over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Oliver. And, the privilege is actually all mine. I've had the privilege to actually listen in to the discussions of the PCC pretty much in the very early stages. And I always tell people that what the PCC has done, what South Africa has done as a whole of country, whole of society approach is a model for everybody else. And you personally, Crispin, has been such a leader, not just in South Africa, but in the global discussion. So really the privilege is all mine. So I'm going to share a presentation, just both to allow us to have something to guide the discussion, but also to leave a little bit something that you could use, and you should be able to see the presentation.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I want to focus on the roadmap from Baku to Belém principally, on the substance, and I will come at the end to the process, because I think based on what I heard earlier, it might be of interest to you as well. So just on the outcomes from COP29, and we can come back to this more in Q&A, there were really two big parts of it. One was, the replacement of the very famous or infamous 100 billion goal with a new goal, which is this new collective quantified goal of 300 billion per year by 2035. That is almost, but not exactly the old goal. There were two small tweaks that were made in it that, quite important actually. One is that all MDB finance is included in it, not just that attributed to developed countries. And the second is South-South cooperation is included in it. So in some sense, the 300 billion may actually be considered, therefore, less ambitious than it appears to be. And in that context, the 1.3 trillion goal of all external finance by 2035, which is then, the basis for the Baku to Belém roadmap to 1.3 trillion, becomes very important, because underpinning that is a recognition that we need much higher ambition, and that we need all forces and all pools of finance to work together. So at the heart of the proposition, and this comes very much from the work that Nick Stern, Beresongwe, and I have been leading for the past 4 years, and I would say even before that, is the underlying story is a story of investment. It's an investment imperative, but it's also an investment opportunity. And, it's also important in the context of what we were discussing to look at the investments that we are talking about for climate in the wider sphere of development, and sustainable growth. So when you look at the numbers for 2035, based on our work, we argue that for SDGs and climate action in emerging markets and developing countries other than China, we will need to spend something like about 8.6 trillion in SDGs and climate-related investment. Of the climate and nature-related investments, including the related SDGs, we estimate, and these are not the preciseness of the numbers don't matter, it's really to be able to understand the relativities. We estimate we need about 3.3 trillion or 3.2 trillion, rounding it down, by 2035. Other SDGs about 5.4 trillion. Mostly the other SDGs is health, education, and other infrastructure. I want to focus on the part that relates to the climate part, and this very much reflects the discussions that you are having. Of the 3 trillion, more than 2 trillion is the investment requirements of the energy transition. And by that, it means the supply side, which means renewable energy generation, the grid storage, but also the demand side, including energy efficiency, buildings, decarbonization. So that's the bulk of the money that we need. And I'll come to where the money comes from, but that's very important. And these magnitudes are not that different actually across different countries. That's why it's instructive. Second, as climate impacts intensify, the gap between what we are spending and what we need to spend on adaptation and resilience is growing. And there's not great data on this, but by best counts, we need to be spending something like about 350 billion by 2035. Second, climate impacts, is not only about resilience, it's also coping with loss and damage. Every time you have a flood in Durban or you have it, in the south of Brazil or whatever, there are costs. In a way that you can think of it as forced investments to recover from the shocks. So coping with loss and damage is big and uncertain because, of course, we don't know, and mixed with other kinds of shocks, but it's about 400 billion is the number we have. The other element that we tend to ignore, but for the developing world is extremely important, is natural capital and sustainable agriculture. Of course, nature and biodiversity matters a huge deal, but we also need to invest in sustainable agriculture, including across the developing world in degraded land. And that's, we estimate that's about another 400 billion by 2035. Now, we talk a lot about just transition. And the main thing I would say about just transition is we only begin to discover the requirements of just transition when we get into the details of actually seeing a program at a country level. It is impossible to consider a global number for just transition, because as the South Africa exercise shows, and I've been obsessed with this for South Africa since the beginning, how do we ensure we are allocating enough for the just transition? The numbers, turned out to be surprisingly low, but unsurprisingly underfunded. So, so that's the story on the just transition. Now, I want to make another point about this investment imperative, which is not well recognized. Today, the investments are dominated by advanced economies and China. China is in a league of its own. As you can see, by 2030, in some sense, China's investment, almost half of that of all advanced countries put together. But if you look at the and emerging markets and developing countries other than China, in aggregate terms, a small, relatively small compared to the other two groups. But in the next 10 years, this group of countries will account for the bulk of emissions, and they will account for the bulk of the opportunity for investment. 60% of the investment opportunity in the next 10 years in the energies investment area will be in emerging markets and developing countries other than China. And South Africa, of course, is one of those. So it's a very important point to recognize because, the news of the day is very, very focused on Europe and, US and Japan and China. The other point I want to make, and this is very important for the domestic narrative as much as for the international, that, this transition we are talking about is the growth story of the 21st century. That's the prize we are seeking. It's a story of better growth, better development, and, stronger development. Why is that? Because given where we are today, clean energy investments bring tremendous savings. You will need reduced fossil fuel investments in exploration and production. You will need reduced fuel costs from fossil fuel consumption and reduced imports. Energy costs from renewables and renewable energy is much, much more efficient in terms of operations and maintenance. You just have to look at a coal-fired power plant and you think about renewables, the savings are huge. Paradoxically, the world will not have to spend money on fossil fuel subsidies. So, lots of savings. Similarly on nature, and there's a flip side of it. All of this has huge avoided costs, not only economic costs, but environment costs, health costs. So, if you look at for the world as a whole, these savings that accrue dwarf the kind of upfront costs that we have to make. So for the world as a whole, and even for a fossil fuel country, because these transitions offer a prospect for the future, the prize is that. But how we manage the transition, how do we ensure that we have the financing for it, how do we ensure that people and places are protected, is the challenge that every country faces. So where is the financing going to come from? So the bulk of the financing of this 3.2 trillion has to be domestic. So we say about 1.9 trillion of the 3.2, and this is just rounded out to make it a bit easier, will be domestic. Public finance, has to play a quite dominant role, but domestic private finance has to expand very significantly. As the work of Mark, Swilling and others show in South Africa doesn't lack domestic private savings, but it is not as effective in using those savings for the investments that we have. So we have to think on the domestic private finance side, better ways of mobilizing the domestic savings that we have. On the external financing on the 1.3 trillion, where do we see that coming? So the bulk of the finance, has to come from the private sector. Indeed, the biggest opportunity is there. But if you look at those multipliers that we are looking at, compared to present levels, private finance is the big leap. It has to increase more than 20 times from present level. That is the biggest hill to climb. The other area that, we are underutilizing is multilateral development bank finance. In a world where, financing costs are high, official development assistance is rapidly declining, the least cost source with long tenor is multilateral development finance. There are lots of problems and challenges with the MDBs, but for the world, development finance is a very big part of the solution, and multilateral development finance produces huge multipliers. So we and the independent expert group of the G20 have argued very strongly for a major expansion of multilateral development banks to support, and I look at South Africa as a big case, to make that expansion. But it has to, of course, be under a new regime, so we understand that. The third thing I want to say is bilateral climate finance, is at the moment a very small fraction of the total. It's only 40 billion right now. Most of it really should be used for adaptation, resilience, poor and vulnerable countries. We can do more with, some of it in terms of reducing the cost of capital, but, its potential right now for a major increase is unfortunately bleak. The US has completely dropped out. Yesterday, the US, the Congress voted to, the House of Representatives voted to cut foreign aid, even as they are providing 4.5 trillion in tax cuts. They cut 9 billion. So, there's no US money now on the table, but that's not the only part of the story. The major donors, the UK, France, Netherlands, even Germany, they are all cutting back. So there is, while, in the negotiation sense, we shout and scream and, donors have to do more, donors have to do more. It's this goose is, if not dead, rather, rather lame right now. So we have to be realistic, at least from our perspective, that this is not going to be a very big play in the future. We put a figure of 100 billion just to keep pressure on, but I'm quite skeptical whether we will get that kind of sums of money. In contrast, South-South cooperation is a huge area of promise. As we know, China's capacity in the area of the energy transition dwarfs, whatever the West can offer right now in terms of renewables, in terms of storage, in terms of grids, in terms of e-mobility. And, we don't want a system dominated by any single country, but a new form of international cooperation that gives a lot more prominence to South-South cooperation is in our collective interest. And even if, the West wants to vilify China, it is in our interest to find international mechanisms that would allow us to benefit from what China has to offer and to put strategically, our investments based on where we are. One aspect of that I'm been personally very, almost obsessed with is how do we exploit now the tremendous decline in solar costs and the tremendous increase in solar supply. Just to put it in perspective, a watt of solar coming out of China costs less than 10 cents a watt. It's not quite free, but it's almost free. That's not the price in South Africa, by the way, but it is now we have the opportunity to really get low-cost solar. But what is even more striking is the capacity of production has gone from something like 360, 400 gigawatts 3 years ago to now, more than 1 terawatt, so 1,000 gigawatts. And in 2 years, it will be approaching, 1.7, 1.8. We will have more solar that is necessary, not just to meet the needs of the developing countries, but the world twice over. It's perfectly okay for rich countries to put 100%, 200% tariff. For the developing world, including for South Africa, the green industrialization is to use that for downstream green industrialization. In contrast to the views of 5 years ago, there is no real economic benefit or value added from going into solar manufacturing today. Very important message. I tell South Africa, I tell India, I tell Brazil. Instead, you focus on the downstream benefits. A very important part to recognize. Finally, let me turn to concessional finance and what's on the table. So on concessional finance, and I should say concessional and other finance. So one very big ticket item is carbon markets, compliance and voluntary. Now, when you look at South Africa, as an example, you have two types of costs that are associated with the transition that requires concessional finance. One is the social costs, associated with decommissioning people and places. But, as we know from the accounts of Eskom, every time you close a coal-fired power plant, there's also associated costs associated, with the decommissioning. Okay. including, foregone revenues, polluting as they may be. Okay. And we have to be able to find financing for that. One important source of that is carbon markets. We haven't been able to quite unlock it yet, but we see that this year we could try to make a big push on carbon markets to unlock that kind of finance that can be used precisely for countries like South Africa. But beyond that, we also need low-cost finance for social aspects and the like that we will have to cover, including, supporting country platforms like yours. And there we are pushing on a bunch of initiatives. One is to try and get private philanthropy to become much more effective, consolidating, for example, Crispin has been pushing the idea of a spark plug facility for country platforms. I think that's an excellent idea. Second, we can do much more with some innovative mechanisms like SDRs, debt swaps, and the like. But finally, we need to have some sources of predictable concessional finance. And therefore, we are looking at solidarity levies, as we call it, that can generate, revenues by taxing carbon that is not being taxed and using that for high value purposes, whether it is adaptation, resilience, loss and damage, or accelerating, say, the phase out of coal. Now, what are those? So one has been shipping, which is mixed in terms of reception. China, Brazil, and a few other countries have been staunchly opposed to it. But the reality is that, shipping industry generates a lot of carbon, doesn't pay any carbon price for it, and taxing that and using it as a polluter pays principle, both in terms of the polluter pays, but also to use those revenues for those affected by pollution makes sense. We think we'll get a levy, still needs a number of countries to come on board by October, and we are keeping very firm to the principle that the polluter pays principle should apply. Some of that money should go to those affected by pollution. An area which is more promising is aviation. At the moment, I mean, I don't know whether you're familiar with it or not, but if a plane flies from Cape Town to Johannesburg, there's a very, very hefty tax on the jet fuel. But if that plane flies from Cape Town to Washington, there is zero tax on it. And that's because of the Chicago Convention. And we argue very strongly that makes no sense. And voluntary arrangements between countries can help us generate significant tax revenues that can support, for example, precisely the kinds of needs of just transition. Now, just a quick ending on process and COP. So the roadmap from Baku to Belém is being led directly by the COP30 president, Ambassador Andre Correa de Lago and his team. They will produce the final report. They will receive inputs from many places, G20, the UNFCCC negotiations. There are two important inputs that they have asked for. He has asked for specifically. So one is that the Ministry of Finance of Brazil, which leads on climate finance, has constituted a circle of finance ministers, about 30 finance ministers, including yours. And the idea is to have a consultative process on which inputs to the roadmap will be provided, focusing on the comparative strengths of finance ministers. And the second is the next report of the independent high-level expert group, and we've been asked very much to focus on this agenda. I just want to close on therefore our report and the agenda, and you will see many mirror images in what you are discussing, and I hope for your future discussions. So the first is the starting point really is the story of investment and technology as a driver of growth and climate action. If you look at the macroeconomic impacts of the investment that we are talking about for the totality of the just energy transition for South Africa, it adds up to the investment drive that South Africa has always been seeking. That big push on investment can be a big push on jobs, It can be a big push on competitiveness. So, what you are doing, has to be driven by these two parameters, the investment imperative and the enormous potential for technology, not only in terms of renewables, but, AI, digital, finance. There's a huge opportunity to think of this as that competitive leap forward. And for developing countries, it indeed is an opportunity to leapfrog. South Africa is not quite in that because it's in many ways a very well-developed economy already, but there's a big story of investment and technology as a starting point. Second, before we get to the 1.3 trillion, we need 4 areas of action: a country-led investment framework and country platforms, precisely of the kind that South Africa has pioneered with, but it needs to tackle not just the elements of the narrow just transition, but really all of the issues, including the policy, including finance and the like. Second, for developing countries, very important to tackle debt and fiscal space. It certainly is a very big issue in South Africa. It is one of the issues why cost of capital is high. And so that has to be factored in and how we tackle that. But the flip side of it is really the cost of capital. Okay? So we have to kind of make sure that the cost of capital, and I'll come to that in a second, but all of this requires really boosting domestic resource mobilization, because that's what creates the macroeconomic sustainability for pursuing the kind of investment programs we're talking about. Not just public, it's actually a whole of economy approach. And finally, as you have emphasized, as I have emphasized, all of this has to be anchored in a just transition. So on the external part, just to wrap up what I had said, the big push has to be on private finance, but it's not just private finance, it's reducing the cost of capital. Without reducing the cost of capital, finance will not be a solution, it will be a problem. Second, we need an MDB and DFI system that works for climate action and sustainable development. It has the potential, we are not there. Third, as I said, we have to tap the potential of carbon markets. We have to deliver and expand the options for concessional and low-cost finance. And finally, it's very important to align all finance with sustainability while enhancing quality of climate finance. So that's the agenda we are pursuing through our report. We will, of course, stay very, very close to you and to colleagues in the G20 presidency. But South Africa's role in this extends way beyond its G20 presidency, and South-South collaboration here and your own leadership by example will be very important. Thank you very much, Crispin, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Amar. As usual, you've taken us from the global to the local, and it's thrilling to see the breadth of vision that you're able to project about this aggregate transition and how we're going to mobilize the resources to make it a reality. So I'm going to open it up to some comments and questions from commissioners. And I'm wondering, given that you chair the Climate Finance Working Group, Shamini, whether you could maybe kick us off.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. And thank you, Amar. Really insightful conclusions by bringing together all the different aspects of the work that we do here within the PCC, and you've kind of brought it with climate finance sort of being at the core. So thank you for integrating this for us. I think for me, some of the key things that stand out, which I think we know well, the just transition is hard to quantify. It is something that we are struggling with even here in South Africa. How do you tag it? How do you define the just transition? So I can only imagine that at an international level, this is going to be hard to do, and it requires the work to be done at the local level. So completely agree with that. I do think there's work in terms of us doing the work locally and then pulling it to the top so that we can then bring clarity and transparency around these issues. But I think it requires all the countries to then pull together around how this is done, and obviously taking some of the national context into account. I do think the South-South collaboration, I think, is so important, and we need to start looking at this. I mean, we had a discussion in-house with Louise leading us in the Net Zero Working Group around the NDC, and the fact that a lot of the developing country NDCs are linked to finance, technology, and capacity building. And now with donor funding, drying up in many ways, we need to start thinking about how do we mobilize this in country? How do we start crowding in private sector capital? I mean, I hear, Commissioner Peake resonating in my ear often when he says to us, we need to do this in-house. How do we start looking at our own fiscus and finding ways to innovatively utilize that so we can start doing things in country? One of the things that also stands out is I had the pleasure of being with a number of the ministers over the past 2 days, G20 discussions, as well as the green hydrogen discussion. And we're going to hear from Minister Ramokgopa today, but he did say something at a media launch on Tuesday where he was, we have a lot of expertise, technology, and we send a lot of that outside of the country. It is used better, refined, we beneficiate, we send our products that is primarily here, and then we send it elsewhere to be utilized. How do we start using finance in a different way and starting to crowd in all of our capital, whether it's human resource, financial, manufactured, everything that we know, and we start delivering this internally? And I think that's what resonated for me when Amar was talking is, how do we start utilizing our policies better, our stakeholders better, so that we can start doing more in country and then looking at ambition that works for us and finance that is enabled in country? So I think really thought-provoking comments. I do think the recycling of taxes is something we need to look at better, and the carbon markets. I mean, we've had some innovative policies in terms of the carbon tax. We've had quite early on an offsets market, and we've had that linked to sustainability. We don't all agree on what or how that is utilized, but I think this whole process internationally that's now linking markets together, especially on the South-South collaboration, how can we do this better? Even bilateral joint schemes are something we can look at to start leveraging the sustainability benefits and link that to the just transition. So I think a few things going on in my head, but I think really, really good insights. And I want to just thank Amar for that. I think a lot of work we can take forward in all of our working groups. So thank you.
Thank you,
Deputy Chair.
Shamini. Any other comments, commissioners, or questions you'd like to pose? Brian Mantlana.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Prof. Amar, for the very useful input. I just want to listen to you, if you can talk about how you get to these figures that you are showing. Let me give you one of them. It's the 3.2 trillion. Can you just comment about how you get to that figure? Thank you.
Okay, noted. Dora Modisa, she's the executive director.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you very much, Amar, for a great presentation. I would really like to hear more on the part about private finance. I think you make a very good point about South Africa and the fact that there is a lot to leverage on from private finance. However, we've just been grappling with the issue of how do we de-risk and realistically access private finance, especially on the adaptation and resilience front, because we need to be able to, as we build our country platform or enhance it, the energy part is normally very understandable and readily investable from a private capital perspective. However, very difficult from the resilience and adaptation, but then also even the just transition social elements part of it. And that's a space that we would like to enter into. You did say that there is potential to tap through that because it's quite sizable in the South African sense, but maybe share a bit more in terms of, the how, some nuggets that you might want to leave us with. Thank you, Chair.
Amar, I wonder if I can hand it back to you then, just to respond to some of those reflections and questions.
So let me begin with a very particular question around, so where do these numbers come from? They come from not the larger kind of state of knowledge, not entirely from thin air. So, so I want to explain a little bit the basis. So first thing is, the starting point is really to define the investment propositions and then to be able to assess what do we think those investment requirements are on the basis of what we know, in those sectors and in specific countries, and then, kind of both do it top down and bottom up. And we, in doing that, we look at country typologies. We understand now very well the nature of the energy transition investments. We look at benchmarks. We look at, a whole range of studies. And we have, on our side, actually, a detailed spreadsheet, country by country, where we try to get the best information that is available. But very honestly, that information is soft because very few countries actually cost this in a systematic way. So that's the world we are in. That's why I said we shouldn't get too focused on do we get it exactly right or wrong. The main thing is what's the message that we want to get out of it. And the first message is these next 2 decades will be a point of major investment needs that are in some sense a path to climate, but if we did this climate action, it's a path to infrastructure and development. Okay, so that's the fundamental story. So underpinning all of this is a systems view, which is country level. And, we look at your numbers as one basis of it. Certainly I've looked at the investment plan, very carefully. And we do that for, as I said, all the countries where that information is well developed. Many countries don't have that information. So we take kind of normalized approaches and we build that up. The main thing is to also emphasize that there are these areas of investment that are together driving the transition that we are talking about. The second, and coming back to the executive director's point about private finance. So, on private finance, you can think about breaking up the problem set into 2 parts. One is, how do we mobilize the private finance that we have domestically in support of the just transition in the larger sense of the word, not the narrow sense of the words. So how do we mobilize private finance in support of the investment opportunity? Okay. And part of that is engendering the confidence of the private sector in that investment opportunity through strategic direction, targets, confidence in the policy actions that are necessary to support it, all the things that you need to create the demand side, and also the ability to, of course, create investable, bankable projects. The other side, which is the financing side, is both the domestic and an external part of it, is the de-risking. And I want to break the de-risking out into a macroeconomic component and then the microeconomic component. So, and with both the macroeconomic and the microeconomic, a very big kind of problem is that perceived risks are much higher than maybe actual risks, but they can create a self-fulfilling kind of dynamic that then is very damaging. So if you look at South Africa's macroeconomic risks, the perception is basically that the rand will continue to depreciate at the rate it has had to forever. So it becomes impossible, therefore, to hedge for currency risk in South Africa. It becomes impossible to hedge for country risk, exchange rate risk in Brazil. So we need mechanisms to actually be able to say, okay, for a domestic investor, in some sense that is at least compensated because currency depreciation is offset by domestic price adjustments. Are there mechanisms that we can put in place to deal with the currency risk issue? So when we talk about de-risking, the macroeconomic risks are actually the dominant risk for emerging markets and developing countries. And we do not have adequate mechanisms right now to deal with both the original problem. We do not have effective global financial safety nets. If you look at Poland or even an economy like Hungary, which is not, better managed than South Africa, the risk premium for those economies is much less than South Africa because they have the European Central Bank behind them. So there's a macroeconomic problem on the international side that we have. But if given that, what is it that the international community, South Africa can do? Brazil, for example, has taken some steps to try and take out tail risks from foreign exchange risks so that to encourage foreign investors. But there is an agenda of de-risking on the macroeconomic side, okay, which is both country-specific, but also pooling of risks. Second, we need de-risking of investments, in the micro sense. Now, in a typical sense, you can break that down into what we call stages of risk or end-to-end models of de-risking. So you have risk, the biggest part of the risk often is what we call early stage risks. And that means, banks are best placed to deal with it, but banks may need some risk cover. Development finance institutions like DBSA could play that role. DBSA in partnership with MDBs could play a role. But, we have very good structures around early stage de-risking. We also need de-risking for example, PPA risk or PPA liquidity risks. And finally, we will need, given the nature of these assets, which they are much more diffuse, they are no longer big single projects. They are much more smaller, diffuse investments. So we have to find structures to aggregate and then to enhance them in terms of their credit rating so that they can be held by institutional investors. So we need now new structures of de-risking and credit enhancement. International institutions like MIGA can play a big role. And this is not a subsidy. I want to emphasize that, not a subsidy. It's essentially based on the premise that perceived risks are much greater than actual risk, and having structures of de-risking is a win-win proposition. So in the international discussions and the work we are doing, GFANS is doing, the MDBs are doing, the development banks are doing, we are looking at this issue in very careful detail right now. But it is particularly important for South Africa because, the macroeconomic risk is a big deterrent. And we need to in order to create a very seamless flow of private finance into these areas we need. I want to just quickly end on the adaptation and resilience point. So on adaptation and resilience, and even on public infrastructure, we need to have structures of finance that are long-term and low cost. Last month or whatever, maybe 2 months ago, I don't forget, the national grid of the UK and the Scottish grid, they each mobilized 25 billion in terms of finance for the expansion of the grid, and it was 50-year money at the lowest possible cost. It's not possible in developing countries to have that. The next best mechanism we have are the multilateral development finance institutions that can provide that kind of support. And we need to exploit much more that structure of finance for long-term investments, whether it's the grid or adaptation and resilience. Second, we need to incentivize the private sector, including private companies, to invest in adaptation and resilience. And there, it's not just a question of finance, but it's the regulatory framework, whether it's on buildings, whether it's on real assets, so that we are internalizing, in some sense, resilience into design and finance. So there's a lot of potential now in these areas. You will see a lot of activity, and there's a lot of cross-learning that we can do in all of these areas. So your own experience will enrich what we are pursuing elsewhere, but there's a lot of innovation being done in other parts of the world, which I think could help, inform your own journey. So that would be where I would leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amar. I must say, I was really struck as you were replying about the way that many of these issues intersect with what's going on in the G20 processes. And as you're aware, one of our big priorities with our current G20 presidency hat on is this question of the cost of capital and the fiscal space that developing countries have to act. And I think there's a interesting alignment between the G20 discussions and the UNFCCC processes culminating in Belém at the end of the year. And, just to say on your Baku to Belém roadmap and the work that you're doing there, I think you've really touched on where the core focus needs to be for our mobilization. So unlocking private finance at the required scale, tapping the pockets of concessional finance that exist in the MDB system, and bringing these risk mitigation instruments into place so that we unlock finance into all these hard to finance areas. So, just to conclude by saying we really, as the Presidential Climate Commission, we deeply appreciate your time and commitment in joining us today. We would like you to consider us as, having an ongoing relationship. So feel free to call on us for any of the work that you're doing. And we would like to have your ongoing advice as we navigate the transition going forward in this country. So I'm viewing this as, the foundation of a longer term relationship. Thank you very much for your time. We're now going to take a tea break and we'll be back at 11 o'clock sharp.
Thank you, Crispin. I really look forward to continued engagement. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Kgosientsho. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
How are you?
I'm all right, thanks. And you?
Okay. Are you dialing in from the minister's side?
Yes.
All right. Can we just, your volume is not too audible.
All right, can you hear me now? I'm unfortunately it's a bit of a noisy place.
Okay.
We're going to find a quieter
It sounds
place.
a little bit muffled, but you're better now.
All right, perfect, thanks.
And can we also have the video to just see if it comes through? You don't have to show us your face if you're not comfortable. You can just show us the wall or something.
That's me.
Whichever one we're going to be using.
Sure.
I think so. Not a sort of okay. I think that's
Jacobus?
Yes.
Okay. Are you guys going to have your video on or not? Which
we
option are you
actually-
going with, please?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the video off because I'm on a mobile phone, so the
Okay.
data might be a problem. Thanks.
Fair enough. All right. Which audio are we going to be using them for the minister and for Mr. Marokana as well?
I think Dan is somewhere else. He's not with us. And myself and Silas are together. The minister's not with us, so he'll be on another feed.
Okay, because we want to test the ones that are going to be used by the speakers to make sure they come through audibly.
Yeah, this is the best I can do at this stage in time. Myself
Okay.
and Silas are together, but I think the minister and Dan is somewhere else.
And the minister's going to be in that room with you.
No, I don't think so. He's somewhere else.
Okay, that's fine then. I'll wait for the minister to log on. Thanks.
Thanks.
Good morning, Doc. It's Ignatius here.
Yes, good morning. Good morning.
I can hear him.
You can hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me, Minister?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Okay. Okay. You can hear me. Okay. Doc, are you able to put your video on just to check everything's fine? Okay.
Okay.
Now you look good. It's been a while.
Yes, yes, yes. Sure.
Yeah. Now I can hear him. It's low on the. Yeah. Put it on the. Yeah. Are you well, Doc? It's been a while.
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine, my brother. And you?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Hopefully to see you soon in person.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just the conferences, meetings, and that. Yes, yes.
Yeah, you're a
How are
busy
things?
man.
How are things on your side?
No, no, not bad. They're good, man. I can't
Okay.
complain.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. So we are on tea break. I think the session will resume at 11 o'clock.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, no
All
problem.
right.
Thanks, but we're
Sure,
good.
sure, sure, sure.
Okay, welcome back, commissioners.
Yes, ma'am.
So, colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the next section. So we're turning our attention to the just energy transition. And in many ways, this section of the agenda was triggered by Labour. So in the previous commission meeting, Mac Chavalala and Mbulaheli Mbodi asked for an update on the decommissioning process. So we are we've engaged with the chair of Eskom, and he has mobilized the CEO, and he'll be introducing him later. So we're going to have a sort of 3-ticket item. We're going to get introductory remarks by Minister Ramokgopa. We're going to get an update on the JET-P and the work that they've been doing by Mr. Rudy Dix. And we are going to get a briefing on the Eskom JET program by Dan Marakani. I'm going to then hand to the minister, and just to acknowledge the ministers at the Green Hydrogen Summit. So we're really appreciative that he's taken time out of his busy program there to be with us. Much appreciated, Minister. And to say that, you know, as this commission, Minister, we would like you to see us as part of your broader family. We've been hotly debating energy policy matters over a number of years, and see you as a key party to the commission and its work going forward. So I'm going to hand over to the minister for some remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oliver, and good morning to fellow commissioners, and thanks for extending an opening for me to say a few words, and also just to take you through what some of the current thinking in the ministry is, and I'm sure that we will occasion an opportunity in the near future to expand on some of the things I'll be sharing with you now, because a number of them might require a much more elaborate and dedicated conversation. I think it's important that I make the point that we convene at a pivotal moment. South Africa, like many other developing countries, faces a trilemma, that of accelerating our climate action while ensuring that the energy security and the economic inclusion are also achieved. Our developmental imperatives, that of eradicating energy poverty, stimulating jobs, modernizing industry, including the reindustrialization on the back of the decarbonization agenda, must be harmonized with our global climate commitments. We now stand as a country at a critical juncture, one that is not just defined by recovery of generation performance. I mean, coming from a very difficult past, of course, we're still in the throes of energy deficit, but not at the scale that we had experienced in 2023, where we saw its heightened intensification. So it's not just about the recovery of generation performance, but the need for structural evolution of South Africa's electricity system. And operationally, the turnaround at Eskom makes a noticeable shift. I'm making the notable shift. I'm making this point because I mean, having a conversation in the context of load shedding, the conversation of the transition, in the midst of load shedding. It's a very, very difficult conversation. But when Eskom is beginning to build significant, if you like, runway or headroom rather to allow the conversation to happen, I think we can have a much more matured and rational conversation on what will constitute that transition. I must indicate that the most recent iteration of the IRP reflects a commitment to a more dynamic modeling, stronger integration with the industrial policy, and better alignment with the transmission and spatial development realities. Of course, it will still come out to be adopted by cabinet. It's at NEDLAC. It's been with NEDLAC, I think, since late last year. And of course, we give NEDLAC the opportunity to look at the RP, at least the draft, with the rigor and the intensity that is required. And the feedback we got from NEDLAC is that by the end of June, they would have made their comprehensive comments, and it will go to cabinet for final approval, and then it gets to be publicized. But I'm just stating what underpins, if you like, the framing of that IRP, the issues around a much more dynamic modeling and the integration of industrial policy. As I make the point, also better alignment with the transmission and spatial development. I'm happy to also indicate that our gas master plan is at an advanced stage of finalization. It will be released for public engagement very soon. And then it is indeed pivotal and provides a platform to define the role of gas in South Africa's transition pathway, especially in the midst of the projected gas cliff. I think it's in cliff rather. It's important that the gas master plan begins to respond to what is anticipated cliff and how we are going to address the suppressed demand with regards to gas. I must indicate that we also look forward to, as we look forward to 2050 rather, we need to not to make the mistake of assuming that energy planning is merely a technocratic exercise. At its core, it's about a nation building. It's a nation building endeavor, and one that speaks to the kind of economy we seek to attain, the society we aspire to, and the future we wish to leave behind for next generations. I'm just saying that can't be just reduced to be a technocratic instrument. It's got far-reaching developmental implications and impacts, and it should be looked in that fashion. And the planning decision we make today will either entrench inequality or enable opportunity. It will either perpetuate fragility or unlock resilience. And they will either leave us reacting to crisis or position us as a developmental state capable of anticipating and shaping its own destiny. It's exciting that just recently, sometime next week, the World Bank announced that it is lifting its restrictions on nuclear finance, including support for small modular reactors rather. And I think this represent a watershed moment for the country, given the fact that we are one of the first movers, having acquired the PBMR technology from the Germans, advanced it, abandoned that initiatives, having built significant technical capacity and reputation. And it gives us an opportunity to rethink our role and place on nuclear. And I think if you look at the taxonomy of what constitutes clean, so science has always been of the view that nuclear is clean, but suddenly there's a convergence by some of the big players that in fact it is clean, and it will underpin the kind of transition that we seek to achieve. And I must say that natural gas remains a viable fuel, especially for flexible generation, peaking capacity, and industrial heat applications. So in the South African context, gas remains a critical component of our energy mix. And again, I mean, the World Bank readiness to fund downstream and midstream gas where it is least disruptive to renewable deployment offers a much more pragmatic solution to achieve both energy security and emissions reduction. I think the developments on the coal front are particularly exciting. The deployment of high efficiency, low emissions coal technology and exploration of carbon capture storage options remains a viable option to balance the duality of our climate and energy security obligations, especially noting that coal, it's an abundant resource here in the country. I always make the point that you don't have a coal problem, you have an emission problem. To an extent that science helps you to resolve that problem, then the conversation should not arise. South Africa, as I make the point, cannot afford to abruptly abandon coal without socially and economically managed transition. Clean coal solutions are indeed vital to ensuring a just transition pathway, especially in a coal-dependent province like Mpumalanga and those towns that are really whose economy is underpinned by coal. So we need to front load these opportunities so that the transition, in fact, it is credible. We're doing remarkable work on the transmission side, just accepting that for us to onboard renewable generation capacity, we need to expand and modernize the infrastructure, the transmission infrastructure. Our initial computation, at least derived from the TDP, requires that suggests that we'll need about 14,000 kilometers of new transmission lines, largely concentrated in the Capes, where we have lost transmission capacity as a result of the first phases of the bid windows. They've exhausted that capacity, and our renewable energy endowments are located in that area. We have designed a bespoke financing model and putting together a credit guarantee vehicle working with the World Bank and the IFC. And the point is to ensure that we don't burden the fiscus. You know, the fiscal matrix has deteriorated. The Eskom balance sheet or NTCS balance sheet will not carry the kind of investment. The size of the ticket is about 440 billion rand. So we have been able to work a bespoke financing instrument that is acceptable to the markets. It has been sufficiently canvassed. We are going out there to market now in June, July, and by November we'll have gotten into, if you like, a request for proposal. We're first going for request for qualification. And as I've always made the point that transmission is a natural monopoly, so the state will not relinquish ownership, but will use instruments such as EPC plus F concession, particular corridors, package them. There's about 7 packages that we've designed, 1,100 kilometers in total, and they will unlock about 3,200 megawatts of new generation capacity from wind and solar. The other area of intervention is on downstream on the municipal side. I think municipalities are finding it difficult to collect and really objectively on the back of, as a result of rather, an economy that is not performing. Collectively, municipalities are owed upwards of 350 billion rands, and in return, they owe Eskom upwards of 110 billion rands. The size of the debt of municipalities to Eskom is increasing on an average of 3 billion rands per month. It's an existential problem to both municipalities and Eskom, and it requires our collective attention. We have designed an instrument called the Distribution Agency Agreement, so we are resolving the entire value chain of energy distribution and reticulation in municipalities, starting with scaling of or rather improving the capacity, the technical capacity of municipalities, making sure that we work with them on long-term planning, scenario generation, refurbishing their infrastructure, minimizing the technical losses and the non-technical losses, ensuring that there's completeness of revenue and accuracy of revenue collection, or billing rather, and the accuracy of billing, credit control instruments. We use that through the platform of the most modern and advanced smart meters, and also ensuring that the poor are able to get their share of the allocation of free basic electricity every month. So, and we have worked, we have already started in Limpopo, the Northwest and the Free State, so we're rolling out to all the municipalities across the country. I must want to conclude by saying the following, that there are principles that will undergird our approach. The first one is that there has to be a sovereign energy mix, so we must retain agency over our energy choices, ensuring our generation technology mix reflects national needs, resource endowments, and aspiration. The second principle is that of additionality and additional climate benefits. So any financed energy solution must deliver verifiable emission savings beyond just business as usual, with transparent metrics and guardrails. And then also the just transition, we do commit to reskilling workers, supporting mine town economies, and redirecting infrastructure investment towards a renewed industrial competitiveness. And there's about 6 pillars that will guide this, our energy planning. The first one is the need to ensure that the energy security is treated as a developmental imperative. So in how we need to design a resilient energy mix, combining energy sources, renewable energy, gas, clean, coal technologies, nuclear and storage, based on diversified domestic and regional resources. And we must also plan for reserves and redundancy, so that the climatic and geopolitical or technical shocks do not collapse the system. And we need to embed the regional integration with the strategic projects such as Mozambique, South Africa gas pipeline, and Southern African power infrastructure. And the second pillar of our integrated energy planning is to ensure that there is decarbonization without destabilization. So plan coal assets repurposing alongside the industrial reconversion, not as a one-sided closure policy. And we need to uphold a differentiated pathway, redirecting South Africa's developmental realities and just the transition commitment. The third pillar is that of a fit-for-purpose distribution system. For the reasons I've mentioned before, I think it's important that we recognize that the municipal distribution losses now exceeds over 15 billion rand annually, undermining the liquidity of municipalities. And that's why I said we'll invest in their capacitation, technical capacitation, modeling, scenario generation, refurbishing infrastructure, and undermining technical losses. The fourth one is about flexibility, technology, and digitalization. So we know now, science proves that if the share of your renewables breaches the threshold of 30% of the total mix, then the grid is susceptible to collapse. So that's why it's important that we need to move away from grid following solution. We need to go to grid forming solutions so that we are able to protect the grid. Synchronized condensers, yes, they do work, but we need to ensure that we are able to maintain the necessary inertia to allow for the grid to accommodate for sudden changes in either generation or demand. And then the last one is to planning as a lever for industrial and geopolitical positioning. So we can see that energy has become a feature of economic diplomacy, trade policy, both discrimination and preferential treatment. So the country need to understand that this is a lever that they can help us with regards to our diplomatic orientation and projection. So it's not just the megawatts, but it plays a role much greater than just providing the megawatts. And also as a big part of industrialization. Like I said, I mean, if you look at the history of our country, we industrialize on the back of carbon-intensive interventions. We have an opportunity now to reindustrialize on the back of decarbonization. So decarbonization is not just decarbonization for its own sake, but it's also to achieve industrial development, inclusion, and social and economic mobility of our people. And we're going to use the G20 to frame this conversation, advance them, so that there's a common appreciation that we're looking at a quadrilemma, not just the issues of access, security, affordability, and environmental sustainability, but there's another leg of socio-economic outcomes. But once more, thank you for inviting me. Like I said, I mean, it's a good occasion, an opportunity for us to further expand on some of the things that I've raised in these remarks. But thanks, Doc, for the opportunity.
No, thank you very much, Minister. You're getting a round of applause from the Commission. And I must say there was a tour de force through the full spectrum of energy policy. So we appreciate that you shared those views on the energy mix. I must acknowledge and applaud the work you and your team have done in turning around generation performance. I know a lot of that is also Mteto and the Eskom team, but you've been the political leader driving that, and the country owes you a huge debt of gratitude. And yeah, you should consider, I mean, you know, on the question that you raised of the energy trilemma and the building blocks for that, I think we would be aligned on those principles. Some commissioners, I think, might take issue with some of the details on the mix, but the principles that you've outlined, I think we're in broad agreement on, particularly the questions of just transition, of energy access, of energy security, and of additionality and climate optimization. So I'm going to turn now to Mr. Rudy Dix, who's going to give us an update on the JET IP and the work they've been leading on that.
Am I supposed to be projecting the slides myself? I don't mind.
Do you have slides, and did you share them with the Secretariat?
I did, yes.
Okay. Oh, then they'll be flighted shortly. The
Let me talk.
The Secretary seems nonplussed.
Where's Madam Jones? She does.
Rudy, I think just talk. I
sent the slides yesterday. Yeah, I sent it yesterday during the day.
If you have it, then we can check the project.
Of course. As always, we do always provide slides, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, no,
So,
it's much appreciated. But you're also very good at off the cuff.
No, that gets me into trouble, as you know very well, right? So I've got to limit the off the cuff since you air this thing to the entire world, right? And then get someone saying, why did you say that? You know? So okay, wonderful. So thank you, Deputy Chair. Thanks, Commissioners, colleagues, for inviting us to provide an update. I'll provide a quick recap and just give you an indication of the progress that we've made. But certainly, as you know, the critical part is that we still have to remain committed to the 350 to 420 million tons of CO2 equivalent. Is that is coming? Project? No, but so that. I still see myself on the screen, and I really don't want to. I'll speak to it. And I think this is quite important. Just a reminder again, when we costed the investment plan, it's just under 1.5 trillion rand. And remember, this is between the period of 2023 to 2027, right? A chunk of that, of course, is through the Just Energy Transition partnership agreement that we have with the International Partner Group, but a large chunk of that is elements that we've got to raise through the private sector, which is in excess of 600 billion. On the right-hand side, Commissioners, you see the allocations in terms of the consultation and the final adoption by the Cabinet on the allocations for the different sectors that we've agreed to. Again, just reminding again of the JET portfolios, quite critical again, electricity, green hydrogen, and NEVs. On the Just Transition portfolio, skills, focus, a dedicated focus on the province of Mpumalanga, focus on municipalities. Future portfolios, but integrated into the six, is of course the issue around energy efficiency, the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan, and of course the Road to Rail strategy. It's part of the overall reform that's integrated into the work that Operation Vulindlela is doing, a part of the structural reform program going forward. And that's quite nice because it is under my portfolio, and of course we can integrate the work that we're doing from a JET into the structural reform, and I think that's quite an important part of that going forward. Despite the US withdrawal and a little bit of relaxing, and I can say this publicly, over the last few weeks, I think our engagements, of course, at the head of state level, but also our engagements with the US Treasury has seen some bit of changes in the view. Of course, the US has still taken a view to withdraw entirely from the Just Energy Transition partnership. That has impacted, but not substantially so. As you can see, the final figure of pledges still is 12.8 billion. 60% of that is bilateral grants that have already been disbursed. The Treasury has taken up with 100% of the policy-based loans, which we refer to as DPO. They have prior conditions, but conditions related to specifically on the JET portfolio, and that's already been disbursed through the National Treasury to support the JET outcomes. Again, also USD 400 million KfW concessional loans has also been approved and in the process of finalizing the French. So as it is right now, we've seen a significant growth, and despite the US decline in the US withdrawal, both on the grant funding, which is just over 50 million, and a billion DFC funding, which is relatively expensive, we've seen that there's still a full commitment from many of the Just Energy Transition partners to support the Just Energy Transition investment plan and its implementation plans going forward. I quickly want to focus on each and every one of the portfolios going forward. Again, this has not fully been taken up, and I think the Minister has raised this in his introductory comments. I think partly so, as we indicated in the last, that it potentially could free up investments for 5,000 to 8,000 kilometers of transmission. If we're able to access those concessional loans, which are highly concessional. Of course, there are balance sheet constraints, and particularly around the separation of transmission and distribution. I'm sorry, and Eskom Holdings. And of course, this means that NTCSA, as an Eskom subsidiary, is not able to borrow independently given its conditions that the shareholder, the holding company has a decision on that, and it's not taken that. The Minister has spoken about the credit guarantee vehicle, so I won't touch on that. So NTCA is prepared to upscale transmission grid investments within available funding capacity, and that still decision lies with the holding board around that. And I think we are having a whole series of conversations continuing to do that, so that we don't have balance sheet risk, and then we deal with some of the challenge on the separation as we deal with the reform in relation to full independent national transmission company, TSO. And that's an important part of understanding the dynamics, the financial implications, and the legal implications as part of that. So it's not an easy thing to be able to do as we continue doing this. On the electricity portfolio, specifically on the decommissioning, I must just say again that we've applied for a revised SIFT ACT. I've been told publicly that it has been adopted by the SIFT board of governors. I've seen communication that have come out. The US did not, or initially did, but did not oppose it to prevent no consensus. Consensus has been reached. But however, the US has indicated that it does not, as an individual country, support the revised proposal that we've made. And so they will deal with it on a case-by-case basis. Now, that's quite important because that was the initial drive for the Just Energy Transition. And 500 million has a multiplier effect of locking in up until 2.6 billion US dollars. Extremely highly concessional funding, and I think that's a really good step. So our diplomacy has worked and paid off, in my view, and I think that unlocking that through the SIFT board has been an important step going forward. Of course, Eskom is a recipient of this because it relates to the 3 power stations, Camden, Grootfontein, and Hendrina, and those are retiring. And of course, there's a conversation that I think Eskom will continue to have around the process around decommissioning, repowering, repurposing, and of course, the community development. I know that Eskom team has been quite active in engaging with us and the various communities in front loading, as we've always discussed. I think that's an important conversation around how we deal with this going forward. Again, as the minister had mentioned, this must be managed within the constraints of the electricity supply. So we've got to take pragmatic decisions and ensure that we continue to be energy secure and prepare for the long term. But certainly, I think that's precisely the revised ACT application that we've done to take those considerations into account, which pushes slightly out the decommissioning schedules within the 2030 period going forward. Eskom is quite convinced that they can still meet their commitments around the CO2 equivalent emissions. And that's quite an important part, again, of the revised application. And that means that it can, across the board, ensure interventions that reduces overall emissions and ensure that they introduce efficiencies at many of the other fleets. That is going to be quite critical going forward. So I think there's a good, critical area that we got to do. And I think ultimately we, in line with ensuring that we stick to our commitments on the IDC that we've given and the commitments in relation specifically for the decarbonization of the electricity sector, and funding for that, I think, is quite important. So I think that opens up a really absolutely amazing dynamic since the board has now approved it in the week, and we are able to then allow for funding flows and a serious conversation around the front loading and the process of repurposing going forward. On the municipal portfolio, of course, I mean, we've made a number of progress in relation to this. For us, we're going to target the top 20 municipalities with distribution licenses to determine their readiness, their capability plans, and the cost of supply, project pipeline development. We're going to look at the distribution infrastructure investments, energy access for poor households, positioning DFIs to catalyze and unlock commercial funding for those municipalities that are able to potentially go to market. And then, of course, capacitating to be able to ensure that we see significant revenue collection in the distribution sector for electricity. I mean, this is one of the worries that we do see, of course, across the municipalities, and particularly metros, where there's been declining. Johannesburg is a good example of that, and publicly information shows that, we've got to deal with the inefficiency of the system, challenges of introducing new forms of technology, revenue collection, making sure that licensee distributors are compliant within the licensing conditions. And so this is part of that critical intervention that we are able to not have the level of municipal load shedding that does happen because of poor infrastructure maintenance or investments in CapEx to be able to ensure that municipal distributors play the important functional and constitutional role to deliver on that. The minister has been, of course, quite actively involved in concluding distribution agency agreements with key municipalities to support from a technical level between Eskom and themselves, where there's an inability to be able to provide the technical support to comply with the conditions, where Eskom distribution has played a critical role to support that, but that's an interim solution. Reform and the importance of the just energy transition and the ability for us to be able to ensure that we deal with those constraints is what we've got to do going forward. On the green hydrogen again, what we've made progress on is we've secured about $20 million via IDC tracked grant fund, IDC tracked grants, and 2 JETP countries place concessional funding. There is, of course, work on feasibility study advancing to domestic projects and export focus applications. I thought the Green Hydrogen Conference was an important event to solidify those, to show that we are ready for the market. We got to get from project pipeline into project implementation. The JET funding is an important mechanism to unlock that, where capital scarcity is utilized in this way, so that we are able to get into financial markets, so that we get projects bankable and into implementation. NEVs again, our colleagues there. Thank you, David, CEO of IDC, and Mahosha, of course, the new CEO of IDC. Again, driving this particular work with the DTIC. A number of challenges and risks for this, but certainly again, there's continued work on the new incentive policy to be finalized by DTIC and the National Treasury. Electrification program in the city of Cape Town around public transport, heavy duty EV buses, for example, Golden Arrow, DBSA EV program in Tshwane and eThekwini is also been developed and looked at. And then, of course, in Eskom distribution, incorporating EV charging into national and local distribution. So there's quite a bit of work around this and in locking. The critical thing for us to be able to secure the opportunities is to utilize the success that we've done in the automotive incentive programs to attract investment in South Africa. What we've got to do is pivot it, Deputy Chair, into a way that NEVs has an opportunity also in that broader incentive scheme that has been critical for our success in that part of manufacturing going forward. Are you putting me under pressure?
Yeah.
I can feel it when you're folding your arms. Can you give me 2 more minutes? Is that okay? Again, there's a whole series of flagship interventions, 4 areas on this. We set up a JET Skills Desk and Advisory Forum with the Department of Higher Education. We looked at the skills development zones, and this is quite critical for us. 3 areas: NEVs, green hydrogen, renewable energy, and transmission. There's, of course, skills development and needs assessments that's been done in that, and foundational skills going forward. This is an important part. The political leadership in the...
Who's operating the slides? You're a slide or 2 behind.
Yeah, but you're putting me under pressure, so I'm moving
No,
fast.
but they're not listening
They're
to
not, yes.
the pace at which you're talking.
Slide number 11.
Now that's disappeared completely.
Slide number 11.
There we go.
2 more slides, and I'm done. 1 more slide, actually. On the Mpumalanga Just Transition portfolio, this is quite an important part. We've now, the Director General of the province of Mpumalanga has set up the JET Forum, an intergovernmental forum. We are participating fully. You are there as well, with the cluster, with the green cluster. And I think that's an important process to manage and to understand how we feed in the portfolio of projects that would have to go into that. And she's taken full responsibility at the technical level to be able to coordinate that work. We've had our first meeting, or at least the first of about 3 meetings, just to get a bit of progress a few weeks ago around that. What are our targeted interventions there is, of course, the excellent work in implementing the Social Employment Fund with the PCC and ourselves on the Komati project. I think that is now in implementation, and that's quite good. The projects there around the matching matching that we've done, 10 of the 15 projects that have been approved for matching funding is going to Mpumalanga. And there's a whole series of other things that are there, as I said, the coordinating structure, short-term interjections, and a whole series of other things. Now, this is an important part, and I ended on this, but now you're rushing me, Deputy Chair. But this is quite critical, right? I mean, we're testing this as quite an important part of how we unlock the grant funding. And I know we've received quite a bit of critique, both here and publicly, around the forms of grant funding that is there. it is not for us to decide on which grant funding goes where. The basis of the platform is to match, right? So we look at applications, we try and support in project development, in writing up and developing and supporting project developers in writing cogent proposals. In a sense, getting it to bankability, if I may use that commercial term. It's not the right term for this kind of projects, but if you use it, we all understand that. You know, you're ready to go to a funder and to say, here is my project plan costed, this is the impact, this is what we're going to do, this is the relevant outputs, and the funder would say yay or nay, right? Because that's important. We stand aside of that. We prepare it up to a point where it goes to a funder. So this is quite an important part of ensuring that the principle of what we do is quite critical, that we're not deciding on it. And so we've made quite a bit of progress. We've done 2 windows so far. The first window in December 2024, 159 applications. Of that, we've only approved 5, and we thought they are ready to be handed over to funders, right? Second window in February 2025, 71 applications, and we approved 10 of that. And you can see the funding range, right? 60% of them in Mpumalanga in the first one, and about 30% in the second window. Under 500,000 to up to 1 billion, and this is quite important. So you see the size of the applications. But if you look at projects that are project ready, it's only 15 that we've been able to say, yeah, you can proceed, right? And it's important again, we're not deciding on the ability of whether the project is right or not. We're looking at the technical aspects of whether this project works within the rules of the criteria set by the funding platform. And that's quite an important part. We've now done an assessment of the 2 windows, and we think there are significant learning outcomes. And that learning outcomes will feed into window 3, Deputy Chair, and we're hoping to issue that fairly soon in 2025. We've engaged with over 20 funders since window 2 close, and strong funder interest in the projects have gone through the JET funding platform process, and we're in the process of matching that over the next 3 months. So I think that, relatively speaking, you know, if you look at what the grant funding is and what we've done, absolute numbers look terrible, right? If I might say that. But I think there are significant learning outcomes where we got to ease, we got to make project preparation a bigger focus. We're sifting through and going back to applicants and say, well, you got to tweak this. And we got to improve the applicants, because a lot of them are small businesses. But NPOs, you know, smaller self-funded projects, of course, they don't have the capacity or the technical ability to write these proposals. So we got to think through how we support for them to be able to make project applications, and we can direct them to funding going forward. Deputy Chair, thanks for your patience, and I'm done.
That's it's a very comprehensive report, Rudy, and I really want to thank you. There's a lot of detailed information in there. Mrs. Jones would like a conversation with you afterwards. And just to note, I mean, I know a number of commissioners are sitting on the advisory body for the JET funding structure, so thank you for all your work and engagement in that. Mapaseko Lukele wants to know why Transnet has been cut out of the JET-P platform, but that might be something you can take up with her bilaterally.
As far as I understand, if I may say, it hasn't. It hasn't.
We are yet to put in our application.
Not on the funding platform, but it is engaging on the EIB application that is related to the decarbonization road to rail strategy. So
Okay,
that conversation has advanced.
So you guys let them in there?
We let them in there, yes. And it's quite a big amount of money, and I won't say.
I know it was.
Yeah.
It was a long-standing issue that you were not letting them in there.
We're not letting big applicants in, and those who have access to easy capital into the JET funding. We're keeping it, I mean, the target as it is in the criteria, Deputy Chair, is quite important, because it's easy for Transnet or Eskom to use up all the resources of the JET funding platform for projects. It's easy for them to submit applications. They have 20 people potentially working on one project proposal. The idea is to access it for the just energy components, and so that it's well targeted for grant funders and grant recipients who don't have necessarily access to capital in even commercial markets or normal transfers, and that's precisely why it's targeted in that way. So Transnet should not come to the jet funding platform to ask for money. They must go somewhere else.
That's clear. So I know there are a number of burning questions and comments you want to raise, but we're going to take Eskom now, and then we'll open it up for discussion. And I want to hand over to the chairman of Eskom, Mteto, to introduce your chief executive.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair. You may remember in the last meeting that we had here, there were some questions with regards to what's happening in Komati. Can you give us an update around your jet strategy, Eskom? I then appealed that, we've got a big change that we've made since we took over as the new board of Eskom. And my sense was that our understanding, our collective understanding as PCC of Eskom is based on what the old Eskom strategy. And I felt that we needed to get directly from Eskom the view of what is our strategy, and how are we aligned to what the minister was sharing here with us. To help us through all of that, I've asked our group CEO to walk us through this. Dan has been now with the company for a year and a bit, and he's been, he hit the ground running, and he's been quite instrumental in shaping this new strategy that was approved by the board. And I'm going to be asking him to walk us through the strategy. Dan.
Thank you, Chair Mteto, and thanks to the Chair of the Commission, the Commissioners. Good morning. Yeah, it's still good morning. I'm also unfortunately unable to join you in person. I'm at the Green Hydrogen Summit as well with the team from DE down here in Cape Town. Chair, the Minister has covered the context quite comprehensively. I take the document as I read. It was shared a few days ago. What I'll do is to really focus on a few of the 7 slides that we have shared to almost pick up where the minister has left in terms of the context and deal with the specifics that talk to Eskom strategy. I think the first one is, and Chris, thank you for running the slideshow on the side there. For us, just starting off at the executive summary perspective, is to re-emphasize the point that our strategy is located within an understanding of the energy trilemma. And so what we're doing in business strategy going forward is really responding to all these 3 aspects, understanding that we have a business to fix that is going through a turnaround program, but that also has to pivot towards a sustainable and competitive entity going forward. So you'll see that our plans talk to both aspects, and they also incorporate the realities of the lessons that we have learned from Komati in terms of preparedness and being upfront and intentional with regards to what we want to do, and avoid some of the glitches that we're finding ourselves having to do some course correction on. Chair, I've also read the report from the Commission in terms of the review of the Komati activities, and I concur with the findings that are in there, and those are also reflected in some of the lessons that we indicate as having been learned from our side. So I'm not going to delve into those, given that that part of the agenda will still be dealt with. Suffice to say that, Chris, if you can go to slide 3, I will not regurgitate aspects of the energy trilemma, but what's important is for me to locate what we're doing as a business within the strategy that's signed off, as the Chair Mteto has indicated, and that's captured in slide 3, our Eskom strategy. We start off with a very clear aspect of understanding our mandate, which is both commercial and social in nature. Very clear purpose of powering the growth sustainably for the country, And we have this located within our shareholders' priorities. So there's perfect alignment with regards to what the ministry intends to achieve in this administration going forward for the country, and what we as Eskom are focusing on. From a shareholder priorities perspective, just to share a bit of this, it's the drive towards achieving universal access. This is very important because it also deals in a way with the reductions of emissions from the usage of different energy sources within the households. There's a drive towards the attainment of sovereign and regional energy security, drive towards industrialization and leading innovation, and qualitatively the transformation of the demographics of the energy sector, specifically focusing on the inclusion of women and youth. And lastly, to assert South Africa as a continental and global energy leadership. This forum we're at here is really part of that drive. But what are we doing from an Eskom perspective, which Mteto indicates is a really focal point in terms of how we unfold what this business is about going forward. It is predicated on 4 strategic objectives. The first one is the pursuance of financial and operational sustainability. The second one is facilitating a competitive future energy industry, and then modernizing our power system whilst driving for net zero emissions by 2050. The aspects of our turnaround operationally talks to the first strategic objective. These are anchored on operational recovery, 70% target for energy availability factor, dealing with aspects of municipality debt. We've spoken a lot about this in the public recently, because those have got a potential to undermine the sustainability of the business going forward. Driving internal cost improvements, given the decisions from a regulator perspective in terms of tariffs and the need to ensure that electricity is affordable going forward. So the increases of double digits do have some unintended consequences. And of course, internally, working on a strengthening of the leadership stability at all levels within the business. So how are we facilitating the competitive industry going forward? We have already operationalized the new NTCSA as a subsidiary of Eskom Holdings in line with what the Act requires. We are now focusing on the distribution business unbundling. We're dealing with all and grappling with the issues that are pertinent for us to be able to attain that, and ultimately leading towards the establishment of a new holding company that will house all subsidiaries. In the process, we are, of course, fine-tuning our business models for both the distribution and generation business, readying them for a competitive landscape that we are entering and have embraced. We have also launched, drive with Eskom Green to do large-scale new capacity projects for renewables. These are quite important for the blending of our own generation mix going forward, and they'll deal with the aspects that talk to our overall emissions footprint. Acceleration of TDP is quite crucial in modernizing our power system, but it's also enabling the country to tap and extract value out of the natural resources of our renewables. We all know that the potential is much more higher than what we are at the moment able to accommodate with our grid. And so we continue to focus on getting NTCSA ready for that execution. At the same time, we have to strengthen our distribution network infrastructure. This changes the experience and lived experiences of our customers at within the last miles, and deals with aspects, for instance, of the continued load reduction in areas where there's overloading of the infrastructure, and we are unable to isolate offending customers on an individual basis. In the process, we also focus on digitalization strategy as we keep up with modern trends. The last objective talks to aspects that are more relevant and perhaps quite topical for the Commission, striving for net zero emissions by 2050. In this space, our plans for repowering and repurposing the stations of Komati, Grootvlei, Hendrina, and Camden are now very clear, and we're working towards preparing for those. I'll show you a slide in terms of what are the opportunities there and how we see them. We are engaging with the ministry around minimum emission standards, and we have already seen a decision in this aspect from the DEF, and we will and have undertaken to remain close to them as we go through the periods and dealing with the aspects of our compliance. And the last one being the participation within the DER. This is an aspect that allows us to encourage more and more of embedded generation within the residential areas. Chair, I'll skip the next slide, which is slide 4, that talks to how what we are doing addresses the aspects of energy security, affordability and access and sustainability, and rather talk to the plan as we see it coming out of this going forth. You'll see on this graph what is essentially the Eskom's view of its role within the electricity sector going forward. You know, we maintain that Eskom is quite crucial and will remain relevant for energy security in the country going forward, even in a reformed space. So we have really moved off from a premise that says you have a dying business to one that says you have an evolving business that is adjusting to the challenges and the issues that we have to attend to in a space that we are in and going forward. And that space, we see it being characterized by a decline in the percentage of generation from our coal fleet. This corresponds to the different timings for retiring the stations under the current operating conditions. An increase in terms of a renewable fleet, and this will really come on the back of the approved strategy for our Eskom Green. The emergence of gas as a bigger component of our technologies. This is very important when you look at the expected penetration of renewables in the generation mix. And as the minister indicated, you require an appropriate level of dispatchable power to stabilize grids over and above other technologies, as indicated earlier. We see ourselves playing a role in enabling the country's ambitions in terms of nuclear capacity going forward. We have successfully operated nuclear assets for 40 years, and one of the units is already accredited for a further 20-year life, and we are very comfortable and confident that we'll be able to do so for the remaining unit. In this space, we see Eskom enabling the country to increase this capacity for baseload. What we're focusing on here is not replacing the current capacity only. We're focusing on ensuring that there's enough new capacity to enable economic growth at the rate that the country requires, given the level of economic challenges that we have. So our fleet technology combination will see us being dominant in other cleaner technologies. Chair, I want to indicate at this point that we have not stopped looking at technologies that we can use and continue to use on our existing coal stations to the extent that we are able to meet the challenges with regards to emissions. So as the minister said, the challenge is not coal, the problem is emissions. And for us, we have redirected our research and development teams to really search the world for technologies that are proven, that are working, that can be adapted to our own operations, and to the extent that we are able to deploy them in a manner that allows us to meet both the emissions requirements and also to deal with the aspect of continued economic activities, because we now know very clearly the disruption from a social perspective of the closure of these operations without any alternative, given the challenges of investment funding in this area for funding the transition. And Rudy has spoken about the numbers required vis-a-vis what's on the table and the impact. So in the next slide, you will see some of the topics that our research teams hard at work on. The issue of co-firing of ammonia in our existing stations. The topic where we are today is really around the costs associated with the production of green hydrogen, production of green ammonia, but we continue to do work given what others are doing, and we have spent time with our technical teams visiting the sites and understanding the nuances, because they do hold potential for South Africa as well. The use of high efficiency, low emissions technologies, CFB, within the coal space, that's already giving results that are well below the emissions levels as experienced in other countries. And our focus is now on how can this be translated to within our space, because in that manner we'll be able to use coal responsibly in our own backyards. We have work going under the FGD. You'll both all know that Kusile is now fully compliant with FGD. We have done the repairs that were needed following that accident back in 2021. And we are now in the market for FGD and related technologies, whether dry or semi-dry, for the Medupi plant, and will create the cost-benefit case to the Minister of Environmental Affairs as part of the license, the extension conditions that he has given us. We continue to look at other technologies, carbon capture and storage. We collaborate with the CSIR. We collaborate with those entities as well around CFB boiler technologies as indicated. And in the last few weeks, we've gone out to the market to do and acquire a pilot plant for hydrogen generation, the intention being to look at disabilities to assist us in the co-firing with gas. So we are not resting on our laurels in terms of exploring technologies that are compatible to the nuances of the realities that we are facing, given our coal dominance within our existing technology. At the same time, we have moved quite substantially in setting ourselves up to be able to build our own renewables portfolio with full alignment from the board and from the shareholder minister. And just moving to the next slide that deals with some of the lessons from Komati. And as I said, this really similar to what's captured in the report that I saw shared from the commission. It's all about early start in terms of planning and implement, and that's the space that we are now focusing on when it comes to Hendrina, Camden, and Grootvlei. I'll show you in the next slides the plans for those stations. We are very clear that the repowering itself creates construction jobs, yes, but the jobs are not to the same levels on a long-term basis, and therefore repurposing becomes very relevant, and this is where our teams are focusing on. We have learned that this is about co-creation when it comes into the space rather than social dialogue, and I do recall at my last appearance at the commission, this issue was emphasized around how we're engaging with the communities. And I'm happy to see that in the report, there's acknowledgement that there's been some positive movement in this regard. We can always do better. And I take that as very positive feedback. We'll continue to work on that from our side. The training of staff and communities is quite pivotal. The impact of this transition is on individuals, is on families, and it has to get down to that level of readiness that we do our interventions. Funding is a key thing. It's about ensuring that the engagements and the focus of funding is really directed at the right levels, and partnerships are quite crucial for this aspect. So in the next slide, which will be the last but one that I'll use, you can see the more than 5,000 megawatts in capacity that's identified from Komati, Grootvlei, Anode, Camden, Hendrina, and Kriel. All progress to various levels in terms of Section 34s, but more importantly, the project preparations within our organization. We do understand that these projects start off conceptually, but we need to get to a point where we are very clear that they are executable. If anything else, the delays associated with the progress at Komati do indicate the need to do all this preparatory work. Because at Komati, what really transpired when we ready to hit the market was the fact that we could not implement the wind project as initially anticipated, because further work done post-decision revealed that the extent of the wetlands in that area did not allow us. So we're doing work now proactively for Grootvlei and the other stations to place us in a space where we can move much more with pace and certainty as we go along these lines. And all of these projects intended to be in place by 2030. I want to close off, Chair, if I may, maybe before the last but one slide, which is slide 9, the activities that are going on within the Komati areas. One of those the committee will recall, or the commission will recall, is the containerized microgrid program. You'll see that in the last year, we delivered only 13 CMGs. I'm happy that the minister and the ministry has identified this opportunity to have synergies with the rollout of the electrification program as we pursue the issue of universal access, and have incorporated this within the funding of the ministry that provides electrification, with an acceptance that the classical way of doing electrification for rural areas and peripheral areas needs to change. And in the process, there'll be some very symbiotic relationship between what we're doing here with the CMGs and the need to electrify more and more households away from the infrastructure. So lastly, Chair, if I may, we navigate, and this is the last slide, slide 10, some of the risks that we are carefully managing as we go through this, and you would have picked it up from the minister's slides, conversation, but also the opening slide. It's really navigating the transition with a clear focus on the security of supply, because we are the backup and the last resort in terms of provision of electricity to the country. What we're seeing, and I'm happy that at the Energy Council level, there's work being done to bring forth every aspect of projects in the country to create a realistic picture of when what capacity will come into place, because that impacts on what we do as Eskom in as far as the maintenance and the preparations associated with our fleet. If there are delays, and we've seen delays in this country before in terms of new capacity coming on, we need to be better prepared. And we can only do that when there's an accepted template of where we are headed to. Funding, I've touched on it before, and the role that the government is providing in terms of bringing all stakeholders on board. The minister is now leading and mandated to engage and lead the discussions around aspects pertaining to the impacts and the social impacts of the transition within the Mpumalanga areas in particular, as directed by Cabinet. And then the last part, of course, is execution risks. In the report that is shared or will be shared shortly with yourselves, you'll pick up that the issue of pace of execution is quite topical. Execution risks will lead to a point where we have discontinuities, and it will affect aspects of the trilemma that we have already highlighted. And so on our side, we're also checking up to ensure that from an overall perspective, execution risk is maintained, is minimized. So Chair, I'll stop here and perhaps allow the Commission to ask questions and clarifications, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dan. That was a very comprehensive mapping out of Eskom. And, I know it's been a little bit of a marathon session, but we've really had the privilege of having the Minister map out energy policy as he sees it, then to hear how the JETP and the funding package associated with it is being rolled out. And now you're hearing from Eskom how they're executing on that policy mandate and how they envisage this rolling out up to 2040. So I think it's a comprehensive laying out of policy, strategy, and implementation. Comments or questions? Bobby, Louise, Mac, Brandon, Brian.
Dan, thank you very much for that. I think two positive things that are here coming from you. One is that Eskom is planning 3.3 gigs of RE, if that is correct. And if that is correct, I am super excited about that, because for far too long, Eskom and government has allowed the private sector to rule RE rather than Eskom and government to actually take control of RE, because RE should be for the people. And I think your second note, which I've even heard on adverts recently, is this embedded generation. How happy you are about that. Well, let's be happy about that in townships. And don't say the solar is going to get stolen in townships. I think that's disrespectful. I think we need to, as government and as institutions and as the Minister of Electricity, roll out RE in townships big time so that we are Eskom and can be Eskom. Groundwork, the minister's not here, but I did give Dr. Nyathi a report that we produced this year or last year, the groundwork report, and there's a chapter on Komati in there. And I think we need to look at those lessons in that chapter so that the future decommissioning can learn from the challenges we had at Komati. And at the outset, I think the most important process is about access to information and for Eskom to be transparent. And there are two parts of transparency on Eskom's information. One is you are investing money in a whole lot of false projects, such as green hydrogen, ammonia, et cetera, and clean coal. And I'm going to be clear about that. And I think Eskom needs to be able to put the budget in front of us to say how much they're spending on RE, how much are they spending on these technologies that have not been proven yet. And then I think the public can make a decision as to where Eskom spends their money. And finally, I think we had a big challenge with the Komati process because Eskom would not release the social impact reports. I think there are a further 9 social impact reports, and I think Eskom must release those reports to the public in order that we can engage in how we decommission collectively together so that nobody suffers in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Bobby. Louise?
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to echo that I was very excited about Green Eskom and salute the leadership of Eskom for taking us in that direction, and also was excited to learn that you're going to try to manage the company to reach net zero by, more give or take 2050. I did notice that in 2040, you still had 30 gigawatts of gas, fossil gas and coal in the mix. And I don't understand how one gets from that level of the mix down to a net zero by 10 years later. And it arises also as an issue for, the recommendations we're about to put out around the NDC, that the longer you push out this thing, the harder the cliff you have to fall off at the end. And I think that then becomes even more disruptive. So, one needs to try to smooth that. Okay. Then I want to raise a question, which is actually more for the minister, about whether government, and maybe Rudy would come in on this as well, whether government sees a role for itself in addressing industrial energy. So this is where, it's like thermal heat applications, for example. And, do we need a just energy transition in that dimension as well, particularly for our iron and steel sectors and so on? And, someone did a calculation for me, an expert, not me, that, for example, if Sasol, and me and Shamini and the CEO of Sasol do lie awake at night and worry about Sasol in those jobs. If Sasol were to become a green hydrogen producer, the amount of renewable energy in order for that hydrogen to be green that it would need, and Shamini will correct me, is about 60 gigawatts. And that is about the same as the whole country. So, you know, we need a massive turnaround on this. Yeah. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Mac.
Thank you, Chair. This thing is solid. Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions, 4 questions, 2 for Rudy and 2 for Dan. Just on the, starting with Rudy, on the skills funding, I see there's less funding on skills, and I would like to know what informed that. For me, skills development is linked to jobs and job opportunities. So we can't talk job creation, job opportunities when we are not basically skilling people. The second question is just on the distribution part of your presentation. I saw you were dealing more with Munich's and less or nothing about Eskom. The distribution part of Eskom. If you may just expand on that. For Dan, on the question of decommissioning, I would like to know, is decommissioning of power station the only option, or mothballing can also be an option, especially if you are to consider the cost of decommissioning, because there's cost attached to decommissioning. Is mothballing not the option? I mean, we know from countries, you know, that used to tell us that they have decommissioned only to discover later that basically they did not, they mothballed. And those countries were exposed during when the Russians and the Ukraine war began. So that's how we came to learn that those countries basically did not shut down their power station. They mothballed their power station. So I want to know whether that's not an option, something to be considered. The second question is just on the lessons from Komati power station. One of the terrible things that happened there is we shut down Komati without capacity, additional capacity to replace that which we have taken out of Komati. Right? Now, we're now talking about 3 more power stations that are going to be shut down or more. I would like to know what lessons Eskom learned from that, because in the process, during that time, the country was plunged into, you know, rolling blackouts as a result of that shortage. So what is Eskom going to do to make sure that that does not happen again? We don't rush into shutting down power station without making sure that there's capacity to replace that which we have taken from the grid. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mac. Brandon, and then Brian, and then Mpoleheni.
Thank you, Chair. A question to Dan first. If I saw correctly, you said on one of the slides that there would be a 40% reduction of emissions by 2030. So just some clarity, are we talking greenhouse gas emissions or toxic emissions such as NOx, SOx, and PM, or an aggregate? And then fundamentally, what are the drivers of that reduction? Obviously, there's the decommissioning of the plants. Does that account for all of it? And then the second point, just in relation to something the minister said, that after the NEDLAC process, the RP would be going to cabinet. From a civil society perspective, we believe it needs to go back for public comment. The last time we saw a full version was the beginning of last year, and there's not been an opportunity for the public to engage broadly. For example, there's a lot of opacity around the greenhouse gas emissions of the different scenarios modeled in the IRP that need to be interrogated. Thank you.
Good, thank you for that. Brian?
Thanks, Chair. Mine is a request to the minister regarding the IRP 2025. And it's on data on GHG emissions. Basically, we would like to understand the information that's underpinning the evidence base that's underpinning the IRP 2025. Specifically, our request is for the department to make it public, a technical report that's underpinning the GHG emissions. The question is, what exactly, from their perspective, is the impact of IRP 2025 on the GHG emissions profile? That information is useful for many role players in the ecosystem of energy planning in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Lastly, Mr. Mbodi.
Thank you. I'm hopeful that this question will be shared between Rudy and Dan. And I say this because it pertains economic diversity. It also talks to decommissioning, not disconnecting from the just transition framework, also disconnecting local economies to them being non-existent. I just want to check if there is, and I'm not talking piecemeal approach. Now that we know that there are 3 other power stations that are in line for decommissioning, what are the steps being taken, not only by Eskom, because we believe Eskom cannot diversify the economy. Yeah. What are the steps that are being taken holistically to address the issue up front? Even when there are 3 coming, probably there will be others coming at some other stage. But what is this that is being done now? Because we don't believe that you can do diversification of economy as an afterthought. It won't work. And I'm just suggesting that maybe we hear from Rudy and also from Dan with regards to what is the thought of Eskom with regards to it not disconnecting the local economies in order to just please the decommissioning timetable.
Good. No, we got you. Thank you. Oof, Makoma.
My apologies, Deputy Chair, but I thought this is kind of paining to me. When Rudy was presenting and he said that the projects that are being supported are those that most of them would not have easy access to funding. And I'm just wondering, because there has been applications from community-based energy generation, cooperatives, community organizations coming together. And I'm just thinking if there has there been a rethinking around supporting those projects, because this is really undermining the Just Energy Transition investment plan if that does not support, community, ordinary people's initiatives to generate electricity. The second one is around the integrated resource plan and the nationally determined contributions. There's two parallel processes here. And I'm just wondering if we're not shortchanging ourselves, what the nationally determined contributions recommendations or national submissions to the Paris Agreement. And if now we are uncertain about the integrated resource plan that has not had vigorous public or consultations as the NDC, would that really be a reflection of what South African society is saying? Thank you.
Colleagues, we're sort of running out of time, and Esther Duflo is waiting online, and I don't want to keep her. So I'm going to hand over to Rudy and Dan to reply as best as they can. Some of these issues we're not going to resolve here. And I think the upcoming discussion we're going to have on the NDC is going to be where they come together and we resolve some of the issues you're raising. So over to you, Rudy.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Thanks, Commissioners and colleagues. I'll go through it quite quickly. I mean, I thought the first comment by Louise is important, right? Because it's about the cost of production and why, and I thought that relates to your question around industrialization. Cheap electricity is an important part of industrialization, even if it's green industrialization, which what we would need to focus on. And that's the point that we've made. So certainly, I think we've got to think through how we address, for example, industrialization, and in particular, for example, how you manufacture steel, or as you say, ferroalloys, for example. And our competitive edge is, of course, lost. So what we're doing is a large chunk of this is on care and maintenance. And much of it is, for example, going out as raw as it is and processed out in China and elsewhere. So I think the issue around how we deal with industrial energy, as you suggest, is something that I'm not quite sure whether it requires for us to develop a new set of policy responses. I think there's sufficient policy instruments that we can utilize to be able to ensure that we do protect those sectors, but green at the same time. There's a lot of interesting conversations. I mean, we're looking at it, and particularly the ferroalloy sector, steel sector as well, as to what sort of interventions are required. Mac, I thought that the skills funding was substantially increased. I think the point about is there's lots of particular partnerships. What we want to do is access more of the grant funding for that. And that's important why we think we've got to have a decentralized approach. We've got to get community-based organizations, skills funding organizations. Our partnership with the NBI, for example, on that particular focus is quite critical. Also with the Mpumalanga government around that. I thought that's that. Yeah, you're spot on. The focus on the Munich is to try and deal with licensees and Munich licensees. I think Eskom is potentially way ahead in dealing with the capacity. It has that ability. The chair is here, and he knows that our ability to engage with them is rather on the broader reform relating to shift in the municipal distribution space or the electricity distribution space into something which we've got to say, what is that future? What is that kind of end state, right? But certainly the focus largely are on licensees that are impacted by this, and particularly licensees in Mpumalanga and elsewhere, where we got to think through that. It is a bigger focus on municipal licensees, less so than Eskom, but Eskom is part of that overall conversation moving forward around that. Modi, I think you're right. Your comment is spot on. I think we got to think about the industrial. I thought that the points that Minister, myself, and Dan made is critical. We've got to ensure that energy supply and security is critical. And therefore, we've got to take pragmatic decisions. We are a responsible society. We have committed around our NDC targets. We committed around decarbonization. We've shown that in real terms, right? But we've got to be pragmatic. We've got to manage this process in a manner that doesn't put citizens worse off or put us back into an energy insecure environment. And that's why I think it's an honest conversation that we've got to have about how we shift these targets, particularly targets around where we think we got to either repurpose to deal with the reality. And those are sometimes difficult conversations because sequencing and timing is important. But for us, I think that's an important part of that. So it's not taking simple decisions for the sake of taking the decisions, but it's about how we deal with energy security, industrialization, and rebuilding our economy that has a much integrated green approach to it, if I put it in such simplified terms going forward. And then the last point around, Commissioner Makoma, I agree with you. It is a weakness. You'll see precisely why we want to rework on window 3, right? And we want to attract greater community-based organizations, NPOs that must apply. We are working with colleagues to ensure that that does happen. The weakness in the system is that many others who have an ability to write proposals get ahead, but only community-based organizations that don't have staff or skills in writing project proposals. We got to sit with them and improve that throughput rate so that when we look at the proposals, and particularly from community-based organizations, that we support the development and project preparation and writing. That's the technical thing that we've got to do. We've lost that over many years. By the way, it's not only synonymous to organizations that we do for get funding. It's across the system, South African system, government system, even in business, right? So I think it's an important area, and hopefully look at window 3 and see whether we've been able to address that to ensure that we get greater throughput rate on matching.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rudy. Dan, over to you. And I understand the minister is still online. So, Minister, if you do want to come in, it would be great for you to make some concluding remarks. Dan?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I will leave the issue of the sharing of the social impact reports for the minister to handle. This is a matter that he has led and dealt with in cabinet. Let me deal with the questions relating to our trajectory with regards to renewables. It is 3 gigawatts that we want to bring on board by 2029. Ultimately, as you saw on our profile, we're looking at the picture that will have close to 18 gigawatts by 2040. We'll accelerate, based on our ability to fund these projects and to find partners. We have an exciting approach that is different from the past, where we'll not use the company's balance sheet alone to be able to expand on our portfolio in that area. I want to also indicate that the approach that we have taken in as far as the 3 stations are concerned after Komati is precisely informed by the lessons from Komati. You will recall that those 3 stations were meant to have started shutting down now. We had put the case forward of delaying the shutting down to 2030 to enable us to do all the preparatory work of repowering and repurposing, which is something that was not the case at Komati. Secondly, we have relooked at how we will reduce our emissions levels to 2030 targets by essentially taking a fleet-wide approach as opposed to shutting down stations in totality. That way you have a much more moderated impact in terms of transition as you allow other interventions to come in. So we have learned from that space. With respect to what can be done with this infrastructure going forward, do you pull it down or do you leave it to remain for repurposing and other technologies? We have said this before. We see the future of small modular reactors as a potential for application within some of these existing stations. As we said, we are now looking at CFB very closely, and it will lend itself amenable to application in some of the stations' infrastructure. So we don't want to get bogged down to, do you pull it down today or do you leave it to give you options? What's important for us is to make sure that we meet the path and the trajectory that we have committed to in as far as the reduction of emissions targets is concerned. And by 2030, that reduction will primarily be driven by where those stations will be at, the 3-4 stations that we have earmarked up to 2030 itself. We are continuing to do work on our side, Chair. One of the reasons why some of our outages at the moment are taking longer is because we are putting in technologies to enable us to comply with our license conditions. So many of the stations are fine. up to 2030. We have to deal with particulate emissions, in particular by installing the appropriate technologies where we have stringent conditions to meet beyond that point. And between now and then, much as we have approvals for running some of the stations up to that point, they will not be compliant. And we have also stated very clearly the costs of just retrofitting some of these technologies will be very, cleanup technologies will be quite prohibitive. So it's a blend of winding down and also impacts from some of the interventions that we are doing at the moment. So Chair, from what steps are we taking? We have shared the plans of what we are doing in that area. Is this enough? No. And we've also said that the transition within the areas of the location of the stations is not something that Eskom alone can do. It's something that requires all stakeholders, and hence our point that this needs to be a government-led initiatives, and the minister is taking on that responsibility, working with all stakeholders, us included in the space. So thank you, Chair.
No, well put, Dan. I mean, this whole burden can't be just hung on your neck. It's got to be an all of government exercise. Otherwise, it's not going to be possible. The chairman wants to just make a few remarks before the minister comes in.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair. I just wanted to lend just a few key messages that after Dan has spoken. If you think about this new Eskom under the leadership of Dan, there are a few things that you need to really remember. The first one is that we are not presiding over a dying Eskom. You know, in the past, we had a scenario where if you were to play it forward, there would not be an Eskom. There's no such a thing now. We will always we'll have Eskom, which will play a significant role. Hence, you see us participating in the renewable space. So that's the first one. The second thing is that we have embraced competition. You know, you may have seen people thinking that we are anti-competition. In fact, we have embraced competition. One of the pillars under the strategy of Dan is that one of creating or facilitating a competitive future energy industry. And we have embraced that. We understand that through competition is going to be making us to be competitive and innovative as a company. The third point I would like to make is that we are very open. Even if it means coming to the public with bad news, we come out with the bad news. There's been a request for us to be much more open, be accessible when it comes to information. You're not going to be seeing us hiding. We'll be sharing. We are already sharing information. That's the way we are driving things under the leadership of them. And then the last point is around energy affordability. We understand that the days of having tariffs that are double-digit growth is long gone. So we have accepted that, and we understand that we have got a responsibility to reduce energy cost. So we have taken, again, under the leadership of Dan, the responsibility to drive efficiency within our own organization. So those are the four key messages I just wanted to lend.
No, thank you very much. And Mr. Bobby Peake's going to be very happy about the news on Eskom tariffs. Minister, any final words from yourself?
No, thanks, Dr. Crispian, and thanks for the questions. Maybe just in bullet form, I did make the point that perhaps we can occasion an opportunity to expand on some of the issues we have raised. Just a bullet form in relation to the IRP. The IRP was subjected to an extensive and involved process spanning close to, I think, a year of public engagement. Once that process was concluded, I made a determination that the weight of some of the submissions that were made, and I think these were about 60 or so in number, were so substantive that it required a second round of engagements, because they were really questioning the underlying assumptions, the modeling that were used, and also the weight of or the share of the various energy sources. And I thought that it requires a more involved engagement. So it was not reopening the public engagement exercise, it was deepening it. What do I mean by that? It was already subjected to a transparent and involved process, and where we received substantive submissions, all those parties were called. Of course, I think we had 4 iterations of this, the various geographic locations across the country. And those were in a workshop format. And there was really interrogation of some of the assumptions. And then, like I said, the process was then taken to NEDLAC. Once it concludes at NEDLAC, it comes to cabinet, and then we issue the RP. So I want to make the point that it was sufficiently canvassed, and in fact, went beyond what the expectations were, so that we were able to make it as transparent as possible. The second point, with regard to the socio-economic report in relation to the implications at the Komati, the impact is severe, it's dire, devastation to employment, or in relation to the projected closures of some of these coal-fired power stations. So we went to cabinet, and the view was that when we come out and issue those reports, we must answer the question: how are we going to address the hemorrhaging of jobs? So I can't just release a report that paints a bleak picture. An average person will ask a rational question. So you are sharing this with us as the executive authority. What are you doing to respond? So what we're doing with Eskom and multiple players in government is to answer the question: what is to be done to cushion, if you like, against those job losses. Once we answer that question, then we will release what the findings are and how we intend to respond to that. So it's still something that is inside government. The penultimate point I want to make, the idea that issues of green hydrogen, green ammonia are technologies of the future. No, they are now. We are here at the conference. They are in commercial use. I mean, the Japanese are co-firing ammonia with coal. The minimum emissions are negligible. If there were to be those applications were to be imported here, we easily meet our MESs. How you look at green hydrogen, you look at the entire value chain. So you don't just look downstream on its possible applications. For it to be converted into electricity, you look upstream, what it does with regards to beneficiation of PGMs. I advise that you go to a facility called Isando. I was there on Tuesday or so. The kind of work that they're doing, using PGMs for the production of MEAs, membrane electrode assembly that are used in your fuel cells, that are used in your electrolyzers. They've got huge applications. So when you think green hydrogen, don't just think of green hydrogen for its electricity uses, but we think of the entire value chain. If you think of it that way, then you see it answers the question that mining is not the sunset industry, it's a sunrise industry. Our ability to exploit our endowments, ensure that we don't export opportunities, jobs, but these are resident at home. Like I said, I mean, these are things that are happening now. And then the last one is the democratization of our renewable energy assets. At the right time, we'll come and share with you the work we are doing. We are repurposing our integrated national electrification program. We are providing electricity to the poor in the far-flung areas. Eskom has designed microgrids. We're using this latest technology to ensure that we don't burden electricity rollout with the punitive costs associated with the backbone infrastructure design and construction. We're launching the first phase now end of July. Villages in Limpopo, Musina, we're going to be doing it across the country. We're going to connect 1.6 million households that don't have access to electricity now as we speak, to benefit from a hybrid solution of battery and solar PV. So that's the work that we're doing, and we don't have to build expensive backbone infrastructure. We're able to show that the unit cost is significantly lower, but the poor have access to clean forms of electricity. So we've broadened this conversation. So it's not about just utility scale. Of course, when you put them together, you come to utility scale, but the poor have the right to have access to renewable energy, and we're designing it using this instrument. And on the back of that, we're also going to industrialize, broaden opportunities, ensure that you've got additional skills for purpose of installing and aftercare of the solutions that we are rolling out. But thanks, Dr. Olva, for the opportunity. Like I said, I mean, this way bullet form, I'm sure we can expand further in the next iteration. But thank you very much.
No, thank you, Minister. And I mean, I really have to say this was a tour de force through energy policy and its application. And it's quite thrilling to see how, you know, there may be still some areas of misalignment, but you're seeing energy, climate development, energy security policy now far more closely interwoven. So I want to thank everyone that's prepared inputs into the session. Now, it's deeply embarrassing to me that we've kept an MIT professor waiting as long as we have, and particularly someone of the standing of Esther Duflo, who I'm sure all of you recall got the Nobel Prize in 2019. Along with Abhijit Banerjee and Michael Creamer for their work on poverty. Esther's the Abdul Latif Jamil Professor of Poverty Alleviation and Development Economics at MIT. And she, you know, has published extensively. I do want to draw, it'll be on topics very close to your heart around the just transition and inequality and poverty. And she in particular seeks to understand the economic lives of the poor and feed that into social policy. And she's worked on many issues: health, education, financial inclusion, environment, and governance. So Esther, it's a great privilege to have you talk to us today, and my apologies for keeping you waiting.
It's just
Oh, Rudy wants to add one further word of introduction.
Esther's also a member of the President's Economic Advisory Council.
Even better. Then we have you institutionally knotted into our development strategies at the highest level.
Yeah, thank you very much, and no apologies needed. The only thing is it's very, very early, so if I look a little bit sleepy, it's because I am. So yes, I am fortunate to be a member of the President Advisory Council and also the G20 Advisory Council for Africa, as well as the advisory, the council for the COP30 in Belém, along the COP president, Ambassador Andrea Delago. I'm saying all of this not because I like to display my affiliations, but because it's a bit relevant to what I'm going to talk about today, which is the outline of a proposal that I'm trying to, let's say, socialize in the international development and climate community, to somewhat radically change the approach of climate towards loss and damage, and I think more broadly towards climate finance in the developing countries. If I can, I will share. I don't know if I have my, if I have the right to do that. I must say there's really no apologies needed because the discussion you just had was, it was wonderful to get a bird's eye view into some of the issues you're confronting around climate change mitigation, and in particular, in my day job, I really have a deep interest in the details of public policy and in going beyond, oh, we should do this. We should decommission the oil plant, but figuring out all of the implications that it has. But this particular presentation is going to take us a little bit, it's going to be several thousand feet maybe above. So I apologize for the generality. I'm also going to say a few things that probably you already know. Surely you already know, but might be a good, but I'm going to repeat anyway to serve as a framework for what I'm going to propose. So I took back the title of Just Transition, but you will see it's quite different from the Just Transition Partnership. So the starting point of my proposal is that the emissions that are responsible for climate change are still mainly due to the current emission of rich citizens around the world, most of which, but not all of which, are in rich countries. Some of them are today in middle-income countries. If we take into account, I think it's very important when we calculate emissions to take into account not just what is produced in a country, but the consumption of goods that are responsible for those emissions. So, for example, China is a huge emitter, there's no doubt about that, but a lot of the emissions in China are exported, in fact, in the form of the goods that people are consuming in Europe and the US in particular. So in order to get a full picture of the responsibility of emissions at the global level, it's really important to calculate a full total footprint, including not only point of use emission, but also emission embedded into the consumptions that people have. So several teams have tried to do that. It's a bit complicated because you need to estimate what people consume and then at different level of income and what how much CO2 equivalent tons of carbon are embedded in those emissions. But people have tried to do that, in particular Lucas Chancel and Thomas Piketty in France. And when you do that, you're finding this kind of very convenient rule, which is the 10% higher emitters worldwide are responsible for about 50% of global emission. And conversely, the bottom 50% are responsible for only 10% of global emissions. It didn't have to be like that, but it is like that. Another thing you can see here is that the top 1% of emitters are responsible for about 100 times more CO2, or more than 50 times more CO2 than the bottom 50%. Everyone in South Africa, more or less, is in the bottom 50%. It is, of course, related to country level of income. So it is the case that high polluter mainly live in rich countries. You see South Africa there in yellow, kind of at the median, about the US in dark red. And China, which is actually a huge emitter, come back in yellow because a lot of those emissions are exported. The vast majority of Africa is totally blue, which is reflects the fact that their emissions are extraordinarily low. I said at the beginning that this inequality is across countries, but it is also increasingly across people within country, reflecting the fact that income inequality is also increasingly across people within countries. And so this chart also from Lucas Chancel show that in the 1990s, about 2/3 of global carbon inequality was due to between country inequality, but it has gone down. And today it's about the opposite. About 2/3 of global carbon inequality is due to within country inequality. So very, very rich Indians, very, very rich Chinese people, and probably some very, very rich people in South Africa are consuming a lot and therefore contributing to a lot of the emissions. So I think it will become important in the next decades or so to start thinking about people, not country, both in terms of emission responsibility and also climate impact. Another thing that's very important to keep in mind, and that the West is slowly beginning to realize, is that moving forward, low and middle income countries will play a key role in emission reduction, or at least in maintaining on a livable trajectory. That's because we certainly hope that these economies are going to grow, and that's because the OECD countries and US, in particular Europe and US until recently, was making effort in reducing emission. So if you look at the prediction that groups like Rhodium, for example, do, you can see that the emission total are expected to go down and then level off in the OECD, but to increase in the non-OECD, such that the majority of the emission will end up coming from outside the OECD by the end of this century. This means that the place that the developing countries have had in the international conversation is completely, I would have said, way too marginal compared to what it's the importance that it will have in the future. And in particular, if Europe is indeed serious about doing anything about climate change, it needs to think more broadly about partnership. And the fact that the US is getting out of the Paris Agreement makes this only more important. So that's the first part. The second part is that the cost of climate change, on the other hand, are primarily felt by the poor part of the world, and within the poor part of the world by poor countries. That is due to two reasons. First of all, poor countries are mostly in places where it's already hot today. You can see here the whole Sahel region of Africa and West Africa to East Africa being very red. First of all, because it's already warm today, therefore they will experience more of the hot days that are not good for human health. And second, income is very protective against climate change. So when it's very hot in Texas, people can, go from their air-conditioned house to their air-conditioned office in their air-conditioned car, and then they're fine. It's not very pleasant, but it's livable. When it's very hot in Accra, for example, people don't have the opportunity to do that. And therefore, as the planet is becoming warmer, high temperatures will kill people, but mostly in countries that are poor today, and in particular, mostly in Africa, and also in South Asia, in particular Pakistan and the north of India, Nepal, Bangladesh are also very affected. They are small in the pictures, but it's going to be very important for them as well. So that means that we need to, so this graph, by the way, is from work basically extrapolating from past deaths in hot weather by the Global Impact Lab, and shows that by 2100, there will be an extra 6 million deaths due to temperature alone. So it doesn't take into account the various disasters. There'll be an extra 6 million deaths due to hot temperature, and that all of these deaths will be concentrated outside of the OECD. That's because you can see the OECD countries being, in general, cool. And so when the temperature become warmer, they'll get hot summers, but they also get cool winters, which are in general good for people. So you can see the US being mostly blue, except for the very southern part, and of course, Northern Europe as well. What we have done, along with Michael Greenstone and Abhijit Banerjee, is to take this future mortality numbers seriously, using work from the Global Impact Lab, which has simulated the expected damage by the end of the century of climate change for 25,000 regions around the world. We've calculated for each country the expected increase in mortality, and then using a value of life of a constant value of life of $2 million, we have put a price on what this means in terms of dollars. So it's very difficult, of course, to put a dollar on a dollar value on a statistical life, even if it's statistical. But I think it's really important to just put some numbers which are not, which are very, very, very grounded in science, as opposed to kind of, best guesses. And so what you're seeing here is looking at the emissions by region, so the world, non-OECD, OECDs, US plus Europe in rows. And then in column, you're seeing how much damages is imposed to various parts of the world. So I want you to focus on the two numbers in yellow here, highlighted in yellow, which is to say that if you take the expected damage in 2022, so the expected damage caused by the 2022 emission of US plus Europe, you get a number of about $1 trillion outside of the OECD and 30 million for the OECD. So you can see this huge disconnect, which is coming from the fact that the damages are caused primarily in the developing part of the world. So again, to summarize, this is the dollar, the evaluation of the dollar value of the damages in mortality due to 1 year of emission of US plus the Europe in 2022. That means for the moment, as long as this emission doesn't go down, we have about $1 trillion a year in emission damages around the world. And you can see some countries, you can see Niger here, which is very small. It has 139 million of damages a year. That corresponds to about $5,000 per person and per year in Niger. $5,000 per person per year. Would you imagine that in relationship to Niger GDP? It's like really very, very large numbers. And it's not, I didn't want them to be large. They just, this is how they come out. So I think it's really important that we, in a sense, that the international community stops beating around the bush and acknowledges the extent of these damages, and maybe over time start maybe changing the posture vis-a-vis developing countries. So the discussions has been okay, we are going to give you we are going to commit some amount of money, but 100 billion a year, and then last year 300 million a year to do something about mitigation of your emissions. But this money, first of all, was very long in coming. Second of all, as you know very well from the Just Transition Partnership, was a combination of loans and grants and with a lot of different restrictions and so on and so forth. So it's been difficult to spend even the money that was committed. And of course, in Baku, what was committed was so far very insufficient compared to both the mitigation needs, but certainly compared to this figure of the damages that are being imposed. And I think that has a certain number of consequences. First of all, it's morally, I think, very wrong, and that's the weakest people who have contributed nothing to climate change are keep getting hammered, and we don't think that we should do something about it. Second of all, I think it's not and you would know this better than me, but it's also not the most effective way to get the true partnership and cooperation that is needed to tackle a problem like climate change. So my proposal is to say, look, let's change paradigm. Let's acknowledge these damages. And let's say that developing countries are eligible for these damages according to how much they suffer from climate change. So it's the damages that Niger will experience are greater than those in South Africa per person. And so developing countries would be eligible for these damages as long as they put in place something to control emission. So instead of being behind every single power plant that needs to be decommissioned, they would kind of agree to a plan. So here I put a shortcut, which is carbon tax, or it could be an ETS, or it could be a binding national defined contribution, which would be graduated by income level. So poorer countries would be responsible for less. If they do that, they unlock this financing coming from developing countries, not to do mitigation, but to compensate them from the damage that already exists. So in a way, this is kind of a much more, I think, reasonable version of doing of what's being proposed in Europe, which is it's like a climate club, but it's it's a very positive, large inducement, which is conducive to development and social protection in this country, in these countries, instead of being potentially antithetic to it. So the country in Annex 1 would be eligible, consistent with the current framework of common but differentiated responsibility, but they are eligible if they put a carbon tax or another carbon pricing effort, and which would be graduated by income level. There are two questions that we need to address. One is financing. Where would the money come from? Because that's definitely something that people keep asking. And the other is, well, should this money be raised? How would it be? How should it be spent? Let me be brief on the financing. I think the only way to get at that is solidarity levies. The other, the private sector is not going to want to pay for loss and damages, for compensating people, because although it's socially very important, there is no money to be made. So it has to come from taxes. And I don't think it can, the rich countries don't want a liability, so they have made it very clear. The voluntary pledges that have been put in the loss and damage fund have been so inadequate that it's not even worth discussing them. That shows that the voluntary pledges don't work. So what we need is to identify new sources of funds that would be kind of directed towards this damage compensation, so that the rich countries do not think that they are giving a blank check, that they won't know how much they are liable for. They will only be paying whatever is generated by this scheme. This is new money, so this would be new money, so not competing with existing budget priorities in poor countries. One note on, should it be financed by a carbon tax in rich countries? I don't think this is possible, because carbon tax have a lot of regressive incidents in rich countries, and in order to make them possible, you need to be able to compensate the people who are hurt, very much like you were just discussing for South Africa. So we really need new sources of funding. The Global Solidarity Levy Task Force has made some proposal, and I've made a proposal which is there in the middle, which is a 2%, or in fact now I'm thinking 3% wealth tax on the richest people in the world. So about 3,000 of the richest people in the world who are making $1 billion every year. Why a wealth tax? It's because their wealth is very easily identified. They do not pay any income tax in their own country, essentially, because they are able to fully legally escape it. So this would put a broad base. This is a discussion that was launched with a lot of energy by Brazil at the G20 that I'm hoping South Africa is going to carry forward this year in the G20. And that has, the potential to a 3% wealth tax would raise 250 billion a year, but a 3% would raise 400 billion a year. And then another tax that is not there is plugging some of the hole in the international taxation agreement that already exists and has been ratified by 100 countries for the biggest multilateral corporations. And that also has a potential of about 400 billion a year if it's combined with increasing the rates a little bit from 15% to 21%. So all that to say that I think the money is actually available if we decide to put it there. So this is the pillar 2 of the OECD that could, adding 6% could raise $400 billion extra, and plugging some hole would increase even more. So option 1, increase the minimum tax of corporation to 21% from 50% and plug some hole. Option 2, an additional wealth tax of 2 or 3% on the 3,000 richest people in the world would get us some significant part of the way to raise the money that are needed to compensate the damages that we are inflicting. I'm saying we because I live between France and the US year on year. In case you think that's crazy, it's not fully crazy because it was already pushed by Brazil in the G20. And there are discussions, for example, that are going to continue. There is a side event at the Sevilla conference in the next at the end of this month. So the conversation is kind of slowly turning up. Now, suppose you had this money, how would you spend it? And here my proposal is really radically different from the way that climate finance is being spent till now. Because the way it's being spent till now is to say, well, you need to do mitigation and you need to do it according to our very specific regulations and desires and so on. Which not only has led to some friction in terms of, potentially clashing priorities, but also in terms of the administration of it, which, the disbursement of a green climate fund have been extremely slow. About 19% of the money has been spent, and it's the same thing in the World Bank, and so much money and effort and time is wasted in just getting the money out of the door. So I think this is very, we need to think of this compensation money as very different. So when the loss and damage fund was established, as you would know, there was some pretty tense conversation about how it should be housed, with some countries saying it should be in the south, and some countries, and the rich countries saying no, it has to be at the World Bank, and then and follow the same rules. So I think one way to think about it is that for this damage money, there are two versions. One extreme version is that it should go entirely to the government of these countries, or be put in the budget as compensation, as a function of how much money they owe, no question asked. One legitimate question with that is whether that will really help the poor citizen, or whether some countries will use it to do, to pursue other interests that they might have. Another extreme, which is the one that was adopted now, is, it should sit at the World Bank, and then we are going to put a lot of restriction on how it's going to be used, so that it's not quote unquote wasted. This kind of has been such a big fight that I think it's really endangered the possibility of even getting that money out. So I'm proposing a third way, which has three pillars. And one of them would be maybe about 75% of the money should just go straight to the people who are affected by climate change directly. So in a country like Niger, there's enough money to put in place a universal basic income of $2 PPP per day per person or per adult, such that no one in Niger needs to live in extreme poverty. I think this is transformational, but it's transformational because for the right reason, which is climate change is transformational. So we need to have a transformation going against it. In some countries that are still affected by climate change but richer, you take South Africa, take India, take Pakistan, there's not enough money for a UBI, but there is enough money for automatic transfer triggered by hot temperature that people could get to protect themselves when it gets very hot, such that no one needs to go to work when it's 35 degrees, wet bulb temperature out there. No one needs to not have electricity when it's hot because they can't afford to the pay-go on their solar panel and so on and so forth. So that's kind of would be the bulk. So in a way, that's very directive for the countries because they don't get to choose, it goes there. But on the other hand, it really helps them in doing the social protection work that needs to be done. And we have tons of research suggesting that people use this money extremely well. The second point would be, we were talking about communities, and Rudy was mentioning that one of the things that has hindered the ability of communities to get direct climate funding is their inability to do proposals. So here what I would propose is some amount of the money goes straight to community as block grant, no proposal needed. Again, there is a program like that in Mexico, or there was, which was just discontinued, the FUNDEF program, which is whenever there is some threshold of precipitation or some threshold of temperature or some threshold of flooding is affected, they're basically eligible for fund. And in a FUNDEF case, they have to submit a proposal, but I would skip that part and just give them block grant and say, it's not because you don't know how to write a proposal that you cannot make good use of money to protect your people, help rebuild, make sure there is water available to people, and so on and so forth. And the third one would be automatic transfer to poor countries for reinsurance for climate disasters. Because at the end of the day, it's the governments that are responsible for dealing with climate disasters like floods, etc. That's not covered by my hot temperature threshold. And this is often devastating for the finances of these countries, and it also takes forever to get to cobble together the money. And we saw during COVID a huge inequality between rich countries, which could borrow as much as they wanted to finance fiscal protection, fiscal expenditures for their people. And the poor countries, the poorest countries spend 2% of their GDP in fiscal stimulus measure during COVID. So it takes a long time to generate the money. It's often not possible. So the money comes too late, too little, and with a lot of long-term consequences on debt, which you know better than me is one of the key problems that needs to be addressed for poor countries in the world. So that, would solve that and help countries deal with that. That creates a lot of rapidity, no overhead, a lot, trusting individual people, community, and government with making good use of funds, which I believe is the right framework to think about, and would make the maximum use of this fund within these parameters. You notice there is no money for mitigation in there, but remember this money is basically the access to this money would be conditional on agreeing to take mitigation steps. And I do believe people can raise money countries can raise money for mitigation because these projects, after all, are beneficial for the entire world. So there is funding for it that can be had from the normal channel. Why do we need to do this? Number one, this is our moral responsibility. Number two, without true partnership, I think poor country will just stop cooperating with the rest of the world. I think this almost happened in Baku, and this kind of happened in Baku when India got up at the end and said, we don't agree with this agreement. And therefore, without adaptation, there will not be mitigation. And without protection, there will neither be justice nor transition. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't take too much of your time, and I'm, of course, available for question if there is time.
Esther, thank you very much. You're talking our language. And let me say what a unique privilege it is to have someone of your caliber applying your mind to this question, which is the inequality embedded in the whole climate debate and the measures to solve it. So I'm going to open it up. I don't know if any commissioners want to comment, but there were enormous amounts of nods as you were speaking.
Fresh thinking.
Fresh thinking. Bishop Mpumlwana, who represents the South African Council of Churches, applauds it as fresh thinking. Louise.
Thank you, Chair. I must say that, one does try to crack your head about one of our principles in our just transition framework, which is redistributive justice. And this really leans into that and gives us a solution around redistributive justice. So thank you so much for that. I want to say that there was, my colleague James Reeler did his thesis on common but differentiated responsibility within South Africa. So, looking at different income groups and their responsibility for different emissions. So I think, that already provides us with a strong basis to look at that per income kind of methodology that you were talking about. Thank you so much for this. And my only question is, okay, how do we make it happen?
Any other comments? I mean, I think you've spoken on behalf of all of us. Esther, we are sort of out of time, so I think we're going to leave it.
Can I take one minute to answer this question of how do we make it happen? Because that's where you come in. So first of all, yes, the common differentiated responsibility within countries, it's something that Ambassador Delago is very interested in and is trying to kind of socialize as a concept. So there would be, and one of the reasons why he is interested in this proposal, but in kind of pushing this proposal to some extent, to the extent possible within the COP process, is because of that, to recognize that we now have to work within countries as well. And the proposal, by providing kind of the same amount to everyone, of course, is extremely redistributive in terms of the compensation. Now, let me tell you how we make this happen. So, to be honest, I don't know. I'm not, because I'm joining this movement. But here is one proposal. I think if this proposal was endorsed and came with the support of a group of countries in Africa, that would be wonderful. So that it's not just me dreaming him up in my corner, but it would be presented as something that's endorsed by any of the group that you guys are part of and are the leaders of in the COP process. That would give it considerable weight, and so that's kind of my plea to you is the extent to which this can be advanced. And Brazil is, of course, in Brazil there is interest. They are doing this side event in Sevilla to put it out, to socialize it. But the African continent you saw on the map is really where the big bulk of the damages come, and it's where a big bulk of the transfer money would go. So if there is a way to generate leadership to kind of take over some version of this proposal, whatever elements capture your attention, that would be wonderful.
Esther, you can count on our support in advancing this proposal. And I mean, just to note that the members of this commission include not just government, but, you know, we're organized in the trade union movement, in the civil society movement, in the business sector. So, you know, I think commissioners across those sectors will pick this issue up in their own engagements as we go forward.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So,
and I think the civil society is the way that it's going to
exactly
progress. I think that's absolutely correct. Yeah.
So thank you very much for your time, and we really appreciate it. I hope this is not the last time we're going to engage. We'd like to keep an ongoing relationship with you as we go forward.
You have any time you need for me to advance this. Thank you so much.
No, much appreciated. So, colleagues, I'm afraid I have mismanaged your agenda.
Never feel bad again.
We are completely out of time. I'm going to basically ask the team that has prepared this Komati one-year report. The report was circulated. We commented extensively on it. All our comments were taken on board. It's been thoroughly discussed by the M&E working group, and I would like to propose that we adopt the report. Mapaseka, are you happy with that?
I'm happy, Chair. I'm happy.
Yeah.
That is really our request to have the commission adopt the report. That is really our request, Chair, as a monitoring and evaluation working committee, that the commission adopts the report so that the findings as well as the recommendations can then inform other stakeholders in terms of similar transitions and any other transition. So we are hoping that those recommendations will be adopted and taken on board. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you for that. So the report is adopted. I'm assuming there's no other business. And the minutes were circulated. Mrs. Jones, you got one amendment to the minutes.
Not to the minutes, Chair. A point of correction for me, please.
Yeah.
So if I may, Chair, just a point of correction in terms of the record. You said that I needed a private session with Rudy. There is no need for a private session because the faux pas was made publicly, and therefore, mea culpa, I need to apologize because of my aging eyesight.
You did receive the...
It came through on WhatsApp, and I was diligently looking out using the wrong map on email. So apologies to Rudy.
The apology is noted. And Rudy is smiling, so I'm assuming he's accepted.
Restorative justice conducted right now. Thank you.
So we can adopt your minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And that brings me to closure, which is, we're half an hour late. Please join us for lunch outside. Thank you all for your amazing work. I mean, the amount of work that goes on in the different working groups and the secretariat and everyone that was presenting today, I mean, you made this meeting what it was. So thank you all for your efforts.